remember who you are really. Remember who you are really. So naturally, like a lump you will feel, one part is that identity which you are showing to the world. Then one part will say, no, this is not, because this changes. I myself can convince myself to change the identity which I am projecting to the world in half an hour and can change it into another one. Is it not? See, sometimes when you are not able to maintain that identity, or when that identity gives you suffering, in half an hour, one cycle of time, one circle of time, the 21 minutes, you sit and talk to yourself and change it. Is it not? Then how can you be that? Not. It's liquid. It's changing. How can that be the me? No. Then what is me? What is me? In few minutes, naturally, you will feel there is some point in which you are cornering you. What is me? A kind of a silent awareness for a few seconds. Then what will happen? Because you are not able to be in the pressure of cornering you, it just gets bumped. It goes away to some subject or object, or it goes away something, and this idea gets lost. Means the third strand DNA you are touching, but it is kicking you back. Hey, get out, don't come here. I am not interested in waking up now. I want to sleep a little more time. That is where you need seeking. Telling, no. I am not just going to build my body, I am going to build my DNA structure. I tell you, with seeking, do weightlifting. That will get into your DNA structure. With awareness, when you lift the weight, feel the tremendous pressure, not pain. Understand, when you are with awareness, it will never be a pain. It can only be called as pressure on your muscles and system. With that heavy pressure, but decide, no. I feel by this lifting, I'll change my DNA structure because Swamiji has told I am going to do that. With awareness, with seeking, go on doing which your muscle does not want to do. First step, see who am I. The lump of the identity and lump of the identity which negates the identity. These two are you as on now. Please understand. If I use the example of this apple, this part which you are seeing is what you are showing to the world. This part which you are not able to see is the part which has ability to change this part. You understand? When this part has some suffering, or when this part is not trustworthy, this part takes over and changes this part. You understand? So see, which is the part which has the ability to change this part. So you will see this part, that unknown part of you, has the ability to reason with this part and alter, transform, change within 21 minutes. That is why you are able to get out of depression or get into depression. The possibility for getting in or getting out exists. Because there is some part of you which has the ability to change what you think as you. You understand? So now, if that can be changed, how can that be you? No, it cannot be. Is it not? Then dig, who is that me? Who is that me? Whenever you are thrown out, again without repenting, dig. With intense seeking. No. I am clear. I am going to awaken the extra higher strands of DNA. If you feel, no, that is not that inspiring. Who knows what is 12 strands, DNA and all that. Then at least see, here is a person whose all strands of DNA is awakened. What game he is playing, what life he is living, how he is. Then take this as an inspiration and push yourself. That's all. I tell you, intense seeking simply awakens at least 4 to 5 strands of DNA. Nothing else. Nothing else. You don't need any sadhana. Just intense craving. See, the intense craving suddenly makes this apple grow into 3-4. It's like that seed becoming a simply 4-5 apples. Like one stem cell becoming 2-3. Same way, it just becomes many. So slowly the identity which you are showing becomes a superficial small part of you. It is no more half of you, it is half of you. Not half of you, it is half of you. Understand? It is not that I do not have identity which I am showing to you all. It is not half of me, it is half of me. The identity which you are showing to the world, if it is half of you, you are man. If it is half of you, you are God. It's not that that will not be there in you, but it will be half of you. Biggest job, I can say biggest job on the world, on the planet Earth, is keeping the seeking alive in people. I tell you. God assumes human body only for this job of keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? It has 5 jobs. ஆக்குவாய் காப்பாய் அழிப்பாய் அருள் தருவாய் போக்குவாய் என்னை புகுவிப்பாய் இன்றொழும்பில். 5 jobs: creation, maintenance, destruction, putting people into maya, illusion, and liberating them. These 5 jobs. First 4, creating, maintaining, destroying, and putting them into illusion, he does not need to move his butt. He can just lie down, Ananda Sayana, and he can be in Yoga Nidra. It goes on. Nothing needs to be done. And he can be in Samadhi in Kailash, or he can be in Yoga Nidra in Vaikuntha. No problem. It goes on. But to keep seeking alive in human beings, he has to assume human body. Understand? Then most difficult job on the planet Earth is keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. One more thing. Whenever you feel the seeking has dried up, don't worry. The next strand of DNA is getting awakened. You are progressing. Don't think my 3 years life is wasted, 4 years life is wasted, 5 years life is wasted. No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. How can something be wasted? Understand? Very beautifully Shankara says, even one sloka of Bhagavad Gita chanting, little Ganga water drinking, once casually saying Krishna Govinda cannot be wasted. Even that cannot go as waste. Then how can so many years meditating or practicing or being around the master can go waste? No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. That is why the dry land. That is why the dry scene. Usually after the 5-6 strands of DNA are vacant, next DNA awakening will not be painful. That is what I call enlightenment. You understand? Usually for a normal man, I can say 6 strands of DNA. But till the 6 strands of DNA, when you cross every strand, you will always look back. Means, oh, am I doing right or wrong? It's painful. I think I am wasting time. Why not get married and suffer? Sorry, get married and be happy. At least when you think, that's what you think. Or why not do this? Why not do that? It's almost like you are being pushed to the wall. But after 6th, no. After 6th, any transition of that next strand of DNA awakening, there will not be any pain. It's just smooth thing. That's what I am saying. See, 0 to 6, 1 will be always awakened the moment you have the body. And the second will be awakened the moment you start seeking. And the 2nd to 6th is enlightenment period. The 6th to 12th is the incarnation period. By the time the 12th is awakened, you are an incarnation. And one more thing, after the 12th is awakened, there are hundreds of new layers opens up. That is what, the new layers when it opens up, that is what is Purnavatara. Means that so many different truths and revelations constantly being revealed to the world. Constantly being shared to the world. So the essence is 3 things. First, see who am I. The personality which can be changed is not you. So dig, then who am I? When you feel you are hitting the dead end or suffocation, increase the seeking, intensity, passion, and look again. When I say again, again and again and again and again, till you awaken the next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA, next strand of DNA.
This awakening of the DNA is what is going to be happening in today's darshan. And Swamiji is going to be giving us the darshan. Swamiji is going to be awakening the deeper stance of our DNA and making all of us experience the ultimate potential which is hidden within our DNA. So that's what we all are going to be experiencing today during the darshan. What did each of you understand? There's actually like extensive research that Swamiji has done on DNA and DNA awakening, and some of the ancient techniques that have been used in the past to awaken DNA is also going to be used today, and all of us are going to get to enjoy it, experience it in today's session. I request all the participants to take a few minutes now and please share what exactly each of you have understood so far. What is the
What did each of you understand in terms of DNA and identity? Swamiji explained a very, very important aspect of identity. How, what makes us Purna Avatara, the awakening of the 12 strands of the DNA, and what our identity is and how seeking will enable us. Just asking or trying to seek for the source of the I, the identity in us, will awaken us to that highest experience. See, all of us have this junk DNA and the Jivatman DNA in us. What science calls as a junk DNA, but actually, what is the Jivatman DNA? Every one of you that are sitting here right now, please understand the whole experience of what you understand and experience as the Paramashiva, the ultimate manifesting inside of you. That experience is Paramashiva awakening himself in our DNA, the cosmic DNA awakening in our individual DNA. Actually, today all of you are going to be having this process called the Chit Chata Granthi process. So, this Chit Chata Granthi process is where Swamiji is going to be working on awakening our DNA for our DNA to be able to experience the cosmic DNA manifesting. So, please understand the moment you connect, the moment you experience that awakening of DNA in your inner space, you will manifest that experience. You will manifest that power of being able to connect, being able to manifest that space of awakened existence with tremendous awareness in your inner space. Now, to all the participants sitting here right now, I request all of you to take a few minutes and post your understanding. What did you understand as the super DNA that Swamiji explained? Please post whatever you understood as a super DNA. Swamiji explained what super DNA is, right? So I request each of you to take a few minutes and post. Now, the awakening, any being who has had this strands of DNA awakened in him or her, they become a conscious being. They start manifesting this experience or existence more consciously. Understanding that super DNA awakening in us is what is going to be happening through today's initiation for all of us. Now, I request all the participants, every one of you here, see, for a normal man, 6 strands of DNA gets awakened. But till the 6 strands of DNA get awakened, when you cross every strand, you'll always look back and see, oh, am I doing it right or wrong? Am I doing this proper, that proper? But after the 6th transition, the 6th DNA is awakened in you, you will experience the whole thing like a just a smooth flow. Swamiji himself gave a technique to get started with, right? Just to contemplate on who am I. Take a few minutes and walk yourself through that thinking. Whenever you feel like you're not getting anywhere, intensify the seeking more. Let's say take 5 minutes, okay? Sit now, contemplate within you what is the identity you carry. Swamiji gave that example with the apple. What is the exact identity that you carry, not what you're showing to others outside? What is the exact identity inside your inner space? What do you carry? Take a few minutes. Just think through, just walk through yourself. Slowly, please relax. This one understanding, this one decision inside you is enough. This itself, see, when that constant seeking is there in the inner space, right, automatically you start manifesting that as an experience in you. Means you will not cognize this as something separate. You will not cognize your existence, understanding about DNA, all of them as something separate. They're all very, very tightly interwoven, they're very tightly knit. So every time you seek, you try to identify the source inside of you. You are working towards you awakening yourself. Anything that can be changed is not you. Beyond all of that, you will have the exact source inside of you. That source is you. Okay, now we're going to be manifesting a very, very nice power. I request every one of you. So we manifested the fire element, we manifested the wind element. So we're going to be manifesting in this round also the wind element, but actually you're going to be playing with it. I'll tell you all how. In this round, I request every one of you to keep some object in front of you, and you're going to be connecting to the wind energy. See, just feel it. You can move your hands and just feel the wind in front of you and start building that connection with the wind energy. You're going to be now making a feather float in the air without actually giving external wind. We're actually going to be making a feather lift and float in the air. Even start with something very simple. Make the curtains move, make some feather float, increase the wind in your place. Understand the moment you cognize yourself as something beyond the fixed identity that you think, the outer identities, the external identities. The moment you cognize yourself beyond this, you awaken your ability to connect to the nature. Okay, tell me one thing. If you are just a human being who cannot manifest any powers, if you are just a human being who does not have any big possibilities in life, then what is the difference? What do you think makes animals and humans different, special? What makes humans special? Only the human beings who have the only the beings which have the vertical spine has the ability to travel to the parallel universes, because we have a unique fuel called ojas. That ojas in our spine accelerates our existence to expand to the higher dimensions or higher lokas. That is why it's easier for human beings to manifest powers as opposed to animals. Animals can also manifest, but it's just that it's easier for human beings. Sit now, decide to experience that space. You cannot have power over the wind. Listen, you cannot say, hey, come on, the wind has to move now. No. Then wind will say, oh, if you're going to do this, I also know how to do it. Understand Vayu Deva, the god of wind energy. Just connect to him like a friend. If, let's say, Shane Denizai or Lucas Aya, one of you are connecting to your friends, how would you connect to them? Will you tell them? Will you try begging them? No. You will neither order them nor beg them. You will just have, you'll know you have that rights. You have that friendliness where you can say, hey, can you just go and do this for me? And that person also can ask you, hey, can you also just do this for me? That space is friendliness. Can I request every one of you to post what you're understanding? How many of you are understanding? I'd like to request each of you to post the difference that you're understanding. Can I request every one of you to understand? Okay, Ma Tatiana Hughes is asking, Ma, can you confirm please for regular person how many strands of DNA is awakened? And for indigo kids, many hippies in the 70s were indigo kids. Very sad that most of them got drug or alcohol because of the negativity of the society influence. Okay, Seema, for regular person, the for actually right now for us only 2 strands of our DNA is completely active, and Swamiji said 6 strands is possible by human effort itself. But beyond the sixth strands is what is permanent, which is which awakens, which leads us to the 12th strands makes us incarnation complete. Okay, can I request every one of you to post? How do you think, what is the exact technique to manifest power over the wind element? The oneness with the wind element. Can I request every one of you to post? What is the exact powerful cognition you're going to apply to experience the wind to listen to you? Friendliness, that's right. Yes. Thank you all for all those who are posting friendliness, correct? And it is intense friendliness and oneness that will make you. It is not power over the wind, it is oneness with the wind. Play with it like a friend. That is the key. See, we've all become so insensitive. Tell me, how many of you, when was the last time you really looked at water, fire, or Mother Earth and you felt it's an extension of you, like a friend? Unfortunately, the society which is fast paced, we're all living so busy, we don't really take out that time and cognizance. We have become insensitive to a certain extent. That is why today so much of exploitation happens, so much of pollution is happening. All of this is happening for that reason. Just connect with Devi, Prakriti, nature. When you just start connecting, somebody will say, just walking barefoot, just experiencing the wind, you will see that continuously nature is talking to you. It is just that we have disconnected ourselves from it. Go back to your source and just connect with it. Now you will see how the wind element will simply listen to you. Do anything, just play with it. The key here is for you to connect, and you can lift a feather, make it float consciously in your inner space, bring that space of oneness. You will see immediately it will just listen to you, and you will see it in front of you. It'll just make your, it'll just listen to what you're saying. So please start. Sit straight. Shanta Mahavakya.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Please relax.
Om
Yes. How many of you have
Nityananda
manifested? yourself and manifesting this power.
Nityananda Paramashivoham.
I request all of you to share in the chat. Okay, I see people have posted. Connecting with the wind in the third eye, experiencing the friends with the wind and playing with it. Okay, Ma Parameshwari, don't worry, it is okay. See, we have lived with insensitivity to the nature for almost 20 to 30 years of our life, isn't it? Let's minus the 7 years of childhood, but rest of the time, isn't it? It will at least take those at least a few number of practices for you to come back to that space of oneness. See, the practice is not for you to manifest the power, but the practice is for you to come back to the space of friendliness. That is the key here. Are all of you understanding it? It took, you have lived for 23 years plus with unfriendliness towards the nature. See, when I say unfriendliness, or it's not just all of us collectively as a society, we are unfriendly to planet Earth. Correct? We have disconnect, a certain amount of disconnect to planet Earth. It will at least take few more number of times of you manifesting, practicing to come back to oneness. You're understanding, ma? All right. So now let us all enter into the next session, a very, very important session on Akasha Tattva, the power of your space.
Space, Kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word Kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only. So what he left it for us to understand, from that the word Kasha only is there. So let's use that, that's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I'm going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasadashiva. See these simple words, feeling suffocated, irritated, I'm not okay with all these simple words. Only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space, becoming experience, few incident. When you started using these words, cherishing these words, and manifesting those experiences in your space. Just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. If a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, idea, depression, irritation, simple words. How you teach to these teenager kids,
How they pick up between when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this. I can't digest this. Hell with it. Better to die than living like this. All these words, they pick up while both of you fight. And when they use that word on their space, they generate that as an experience. You yourself have done this crime against you. First time when you did this crime, try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, that is called freedom. You chose the word and chose the experience. After that, even if you don't choose the word, experience does not leave you, that's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you, all these phrases, there is a tons. All these Jerry Springer shows phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time and manifesting them as reality, you had a choice not to use them and manifest those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage and those experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what, I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most abnormal thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Now, sometimes people question me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language, because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand, the Damaru of Mahadeva dancing in the space of Chidambara generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember one or two incidents and write, so you will understand when you started doing this big crime against you, using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space stupidly. And same way, even when you use the good words, generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa, kasa. You are an adult. You can choose your words. Try to write both experiences so you understand how initially the word you generate in your space manifests reality. These three words. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chidakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, if you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live, the state, space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nityananda Sabha, am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality, but if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Gatam. No, Gatam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist. Taharavidya. Taharavidya means the knowledge of enlightenment, science. Now, whatever I am talking to you, all these can be classified as Taharavidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara. Grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Taharavidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive. Your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? The words you utter, that creates the space you operate. That makes your breathing space as Katakasha or Chitakasha. Chitakasha means consciously generated space. Means if you are uttering all the words consciously, tuning to your life's goal, you create Chitakasha. If you are uttering why without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions, and manifest default reality by fault, that is called Katakasha. Listen, default reality is Katakasha, conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha, and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists, that you don't know anything. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last 100 years, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism, and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space, only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it pratyagatma chaitanya jakratam. I will be using this word many times in the satsang also. Individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist, and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Understand, the katakashic existence is called accidental existence. You need to use your will persistence ferociously you need to break the laws of katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. More tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics. He will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Katakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive. Because you are breathing, you are made to believe you are alive. Like ups and downs of the wave gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area, even though there is no independent individual energy exists. Listen. Will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned, pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released is shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept and used. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will to manifest will persistence and will, you need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon happen from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training, because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Understand, past, the good news I have for you, past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me, does not matter. Or yesterday only you entered the program, does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience, I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel, listen carefully, after the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and makes it into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power, your Nityananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nityananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Signs of initiation. Diksha. This word Diksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for Diksha. If I have to translate exactly the word Diksha into English, breathing life, infusing life. The frequency of your will existence raised to the level of frequency of will persistence to become the realization of will, reality, realization. Understand? Taharakasha, breathed, Guru breathes life into Tagarakasha. With that you start that will persistence. With the will persistence you start manifesting. Not only powers, even the life as you want. Katakasha becomes Chitakasha. Listen. Gap between one thought and the other thought is space. Here. Gap between one Big Bang, another black hole is space here. Listen. Listen carefully. LBD active. LBD active on the space generates time. Anything gets active on the space generates time. Space is the canvas on which all these four exist. Listen. Whenever a mass rotates, it creates gravity. Whenever LBD gets active, it generates time. Where all four exist is space. Because you have space inside, you are able to perceive everything. Because there is a space in the cosmos, all the generation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation happens. The space here, Chidakasa, perceives everything. Space here, Parakasha, allows everything to happen. Little more. Little more. Eyes receive information, digitize it, I should call bio-digitizing. Sense it, it hits at one space and the response comes back. For example, you see the snake, response of let's run away or beat. The spot where this information hits and the response comes back is called space, Akasha. The spot which responds to information is space. If the thought, the gap between one thought and the other thought is too little, you do not perceive the existence of space. If there's a more gap, you perceive the existence of space. It's like if you are taking 2,000 files, quickly you have to come back. If you are taking only 2 files, you can spend time with him. Ability to spend time with him is called luxury, Lakshmi.
Random. How many of you understood about the different ways how space exists, how thought plus space reality is generated, how when the thought hits the space, reality gets generated, series of powerful cognition. How did each of you feel like, how many of you felt this is just wow, like too many levels it's clicking in? If the word cherish can be avoided, the experience can be avoided. Take a few minutes. We'll give you all a few minutes. Please write down. I know in every session we keep telling this because literally you're getting a tower of powerful cognition. So it's important for you to take a few minutes, cognize this, contemplate upon this. So quickly, please take a few minutes and all of you post.
And also just to add, please understand your words have the power to generate the experience. Like Swamiji was giving an example. Many times we casually utter the word and simply that becomes a reality for us. We constantly, very casually, we utter the word, oh, that's all, this is all like this is going to be bad. But you uttering that it is going to be bad, you will actually make that as bad. Constantly, the word that you keep uttering is what you will experience or generate as your reality. And almost all of us are stuck in that exact same point. How many of you have had this experience? You will say, "Oh, it's going to be bad. Oh, today interview, I'll not be able to make it. I'll not be able to make it. I'll not be able to make it." And actually, you will go. You would have never experienced this. I have felt this so many times. You would have never experienced that thing actually in reality, but you will start already coming to a conclusion based on other opinions, and you will generate that experience as a reality for yourself. How many of you have experienced this? This is a very, very important dimension. Akacha Tattva, the space dimension. Many times, very casually, we utter a certain words and that words become our reality. Very casually, we utter a certain things and simply that becomes a reality for us. That is the power of the words, the conscious visualization, like how Swamiji gave perfect example. When right hand hits left hand, sound is generated. Same way, when your thought hits space, reality is generated.
When two objects are stuck, how sound is generated? Same way, when the thought hits the space, reality gets generated. How many of you are understanding this? See, in multiple levels, we need to contemplate upon it. That's why we keep insisting that you all post. Come on, Naveen Reddy Ayya, Shane Dennis, and Huang Shang Su, CJ Fang, Arjun Manoharan, Kixin Wang. Can I request all of you, please type what exactly you understood and post it here. Sunil Yadav, Sumit Agrawal, I request all of you take a few minutes and post what exactly you have understood from this section. So it takes a few minutes, type it down because you're learning too many things, right? So just type it down. Otherwise, see, many times there's another thing that happens. You'll be like, yes, 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 clicking, clicking, clicking. But if you don't write it down somewhere, contemplate upon it, you will just miss it. So please take a few minutes and write it down.
Sorry, just by you uttering the word constantly in your inner space, you make that as a reality for you. I've experienced this so many times. One of the most like an experience that I have very strongly had. Constantly when I used to utter like the cognitions about wealth. Okay. From a young age, I somehow had this cognition that I bought into that, okay, it is not going to be possible. It's not going to be very easy to generate wealth. And after that, the way of operating in life, any time that we want, anytime that I want to get something, this will be the cognition from which I operate. And every time life will reflect that same reality back to me. See, each time you keep uttering, okay, this is going to be very boring. I can never do this. Oh, yoga, I can never do this. I will never be consistent. It is going to be very tiring. It's not going to be fun. You keep uttering it to yourself. What will happen? Obviously, it will not be fun. You will not have the fun. Then what happens? You give up. You say, "Ah, look, this is what I knew will happen. From beginning itself, I knew it will not be fun." We create that reality and we end up experiencing the whole dilemma inside us because of that reality. Okay, I'll give you all a small exercise to start with. Can you all pen down 5 negative statements that you commonly use in your life? For example, life is not good. I feel very suffocated. I can't handle things. I can't handle relationships. 5 negative statements that you continuously commonly use in life, and pen down the the impact and the experience you generated because of those statements. Next, pen down 5 positive statements that you use in your life and experience of those statements have deepened since the first time you used that statement. For example, it is fun to sit in this program, or doing puja gives so much of peace in my inner space. All of these statements, pen that down. Just 5 and 5 in each. Only then, when we talk, it will make more sense for us to understand. Please take a few minutes and pen this down.
Yes. I hope now all of you have finished writing. I think you all had enough time to write down. Any of you have any questions, feel free to post that. You all can post it, and in the chat itself, all of you can post it. See, from this section, one very important thing that we need to take as our understanding is how now are all of you able to clearly see five incidents you're supposed to write? In how when you have positive thoughts, you cherish certain words, the same positive experience is generated. You have some negative thoughts, the same negative experience is generated. How many of you clearly understand this? If you have a situation where you're not understanding, I request you to please post it in the chat. All clear. Okay, good. Law of attraction, sort of, but not really complete, because Sanjay Oriya, people say law of attraction, but it's on a very superficial level. When you start becoming more conscious of the words and the thoughts you generate, it is not limited to how you feel at that particular time. It's Hugo, nice to have you here. See, Sanjay Oriya, for example, when you say the law of attraction, right? Then what do we start doing? We start thinking like, okay, I'm now feeling like I'm wealthy. Why is wealth not still manifesting for me? No. Sometimes the thoughts that we deeply cherish, we are not aware of it. Just to give you an example, let us say strongly deep inside of you, you have a cognition that all these wealthy people are very arrogant people. If you just have that as a cognition inside of you, it may not even be a very strong, but you have it inside. That idea is cherished inside of you. You will never be able to acquire wealth. Why? Because you're constantly having that inside of you. When you think it's this law of attraction, it's like you are just at that current feeling. But when you understand it's the root thought word that you have, you would go more deeper. You understanding? So I would say what you're saying in a little more deeper sense is what I understand from what Swami said. Magrajana Maria, what is the difference between space within words and thoughts? Is impact on space different when we release one of these two? Thoughts become words, words become action. The words that you utter outside, actually, if you see, the continuous one madhouse inside all of us. The inner going on continuously inside us. There's like 10 parallel streams of thought currents running inside us. Now, these are all the thoughts. Actually, if you see, let's say there is 100% of words that you utter inside of you. Out of that, only 20% you even utter outside. Less than 20%. When I say utter outside, I don't just mean what you talk, even what you type, including everything. If you put all of that together, it's only 20%. All the words start as thoughts inside of you. You're understanding, no? No one wants to think or thinks of negative response from others or fight with others. But we do get negative response from others. How is others' response generated for us? Beautiful question. Ma prema tavasi. See, ma prema tavasi. First thing, the moment you have, okay, many times, and like already preparing, let's say you felt like you're getting late for your office. You're already preparing mentally that, okay, if I go, this is what this person is going to say, this is what other person is going to say. You already have a big mental preparation going on, and you create that as a strong space. Obviously, that is what will happen. Now, I'm not saying that, okay, so now don't create that strong space. Just start feeling everything is okay. That's not going to work because deep inside you, even you don't believe it. So, what we need to attend to is that words that we're uttering inside of us. Many times, when you look at a person, you have your own unsaid words that surface up inside of you. You look at your mother-in-law, and then you already have many words that you picked up from all the serials you watched before about all how the mother-in-laws are supposed to be. You collect all those ideas, keep it inside of you, and when you look at her, obviously that's the words that are getting said. She's laughing. She's laughing. See, understand, this is what is the way how we generate our reality. Sometimes you may say, no, no, not always. Sometimes I'm so happy. Suddenly my some person comes and spoils my face. True, but that is only a result, a cumulative result of the words that you've uttered sometime before that. You understanding? It is not. It may not be immediate. Like for me, one of my really powerful one was when before I joined Gurukul, I always felt like I used to have this word cherished in me, which is math is so difficult. I heard it, I picked it up from some of my friends. I actually did not find it as difficult in the beginning. But when I saw my friends keep uttering that, I just picked it up. I used to keep saying inside me, math is so difficult, so difficult. And I'll always get low marks in math. And I'll always feel that math is difficult. I'll never be able to learn anything proper in math. Then I joined Gurukul. And when I was 14, I joined Gurukul, right? So I attempted my 10th grade exam when I was 14 in Gurukul. So when I had joined, I had only studied in CBSE syllabus, Central Board syllabus in India. But when I joined Gurukul, it was international syllabus. It's way more difficult. It's international GCSE, and the standards are extremely high. And I felt like that's it, done. I'm not going to be able to pass this. I'm surely not going to attempt this. I went and told, I'm just 14. I don't want to do this 10th exam. I think this is not going to work out for me. I can do one maybe in the next year when I turn 15. Usually, when you're 15, you attempt 10. So the teacher was like, the Gurukul mentor, she said, why are you keeping such a negative space? She sat next to me and she told me that, look what words you're again and again uttering. You're uttering math is difficult, math is difficult. When you keep uttering that, obviously it is going to become difficult. I didn't quite catch it. I was like, why? Why if I utter this, it's going to be difficult? She just told me, change this word. You're going to go and declare to everyone that you're very good at math and you are going to be able to, you can do math very, very nicely. And you can even help them. I actually tried it in about 3-4 days. The very way I started relating with that subject changed. And in my 10th grade, I did the 10th exam and I got A star in math. Like I got A stars in all subjects, including math. That was a shock for me because it's never how it was before. So it is the words we generate that gives us the experience. Manada Yoga Priya is showing me double thumbs up. Are you clicking with it? Especially this math. It's like, it's just something like all of us would have experienced, right? Like any subject. So then after that, I became so confident. Like after that, like I'll always feel like anything is easy to learn. This cognition I got only in Gurukul. Because the way how Swamiji teaches us, that's why like how Swamiji is mentioning, in Gurukul, we will not talk in this language. This is only for now publicly because we are conducting the program. Otherwise, it will be like Ma Tattvapriya wants this. Ma Tattvapriya avoids wanting this. We will avoid saying no, not, don't, zero negative words. Yeah, we will not even say no. So it is only zero. Do you have this? Zero. And we will not say I, me, my. We would instead say our names. So it'll be Ma Tatrupriya wants that. Ma Tatrupriya is talking now. So Tatrupriya will tell Tatrupriya's own name. So this is the way how we talk. Actually, it creates a completely, like it just transforms the very relationship you have with you. So this is what we call a Sat Bhasha in Gurukul. Anyways, now it's time to go into the next session. We are going to be entering into the power manifestation session now. You're going to be cherishing this word of Swamiji has initiated me. I can definitely manifest. First few times, you may get your self-doubt, self-hatred, but just consciously cherish it. And Swamiji will just flow through you. You will be able to start manifesting. We also have a gift from this session. It's called as the Akasha Tattva. So the truths that we learned in this session, plus a lot more revelations on Akasha Tattva will be sent to all of you as gifts today. Now it's time to enter into the power manifestation.
Nityanandam, everyone. So now we are going to be entering into the power manifestation. We just had such a beautiful internalization exercise where all of us wrote down the things which we feel we are not able to manifest, which you continuously hold the cognition that, oh, I can't do this, and 5 things which you felt that you can manifest. So now we are going to use that same cognition and make it into reality for us. Using the same cognition that Swamiji gave, we are going to be manifesting powers now. Okay, so now we are going to be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter, and all the participants will be moving an object on the silicon. This is the power over the space element and the earth element, right? When we manifest consciousness over matter, we are going to be doing it by manifesting our consciousness over the space and earth element. Like how Swamiji said that when we whatever we say, whatever cognitions we continuously think and say becomes a reality. Because when the thoughts manifest, it manifests because of us continuously thinking and speaking about it. So now, using that same cognition, we are just going to trust, believe that yes, I can manifest. And when you chant the Mahavakya, that is the password, that is the declaration that you boldly say that yes, Swamiji is going to manifest through me. So now I request all the participants to bring any silicon device which you have. It can be a tablet or a phone or any silicon device. And you can bring any deity or any object which you want to move on the silicon device.
Yes, let's all get ready with this beautiful space of completion and very powerful cognition and initiation by Swamiji, wherein we just have to hold it in our space. Swamiji has initiated me. Swamiji is going to manifest through me. I just have to decide for it, right? What is one cognition which you hold in your space from that space of completion? That yes, I can manifest. Swamiji is going to manifest through me. It is simply going to become a reality. This power manifestation, when you do, you will understand the powerful shift which will happen inside you, the cognition shift which happens inside you. That yes, when I hold something very powerfully in my space, Swamiji manifests through me. I can move the matter right in front of me. Same matter is there in our real what we call as real life. That can be moving the relationships, moving the wealth, health, anything, right? So let us not miss this. I invite all of you, please do come and manifest the power. Let's get ready.
And just hold the cognition that whatever words you utter becomes reality. That is what Swamiji calls as the power of Vak Shakti. Right? We have the Vak Shakti in all of us, in every single one of us. So just holding that space that yes, whatever words I constantly utter will become a reality for me. And I would also like to share one experience of mine that Swamiji gave a ring to me as a gift. And when I used to do, I'll do puja to it every day. Like I'll keep it on my padukas and do puja every day. So one day after doing puja, when I went to put the flowers and the water from the puja and the plant, I forgot to take out my ring. So that also fell. And like we had like this huge tub in which we'll pour it, and we'll go put that in all the plants around Adi Kailash. So it was like, I'm like, oh God, the tub is full of flowers and milk and everything, and I don't know where my ring went. So me and one more Balasant, we were searching and like we were searching so much for the ring, and I was not able to find it anywhere. And that whole time I was like really powerless. I was thinking, oh God, I'll not be able to find it. I don't know how I'll find it. I have no clue where I'll be able to find it. It's such a small ring, and then like it's a huge tub, huge bin of full of flowers. And then the Balasant who was helping me, she told me that no, don't hold this space. Just pray to Swamiji. Swamiji is there in the ring. Just pray to him and hold the space that he will come to you. If it is truly yours, the Swamiji is there in the ring and is there, if it's yours, then it will come back to you. So I thought, okay, yes, that is true, and this will only help me. So I just held that space, and I after some time we were not able to find it, so we stopped searching for it. But I didn't like lose the space, or I didn't become powerless. I was continuously telling that yes, I'll find the ring; it will come back to me on its own. Then I think after a few hours, like once we went to Gurukul, after that, actually, what happened is I was walking and we were going for lunch, and suddenly one Palison came to me and she told, Brahmayoga, is this your ring? Actually, after puja, when I was putting the flowers, I saw something and I just picked it up. And everyone else, whoever has a ring like this, has this. And I'm like, yes, it is my ring. And I'm like, thank you, Swamiji. So it is actually a very powerful and it is a very fun power. It is not only during power manifestation, but anything you want to manifest. If you lose something, or even if you want to catch a bus on time, or whatever you want to do, just using this power, just continuously uttering what you want to manifest, you'll see that it soon starts becoming part of your lifestyle and it will be so easy for you to manifest. Yes. So, Sanjay Aya, you're asking what is Gurukul? So, Gurukul is like it's the Nityananda Gurukul, and this is a free ancient Vedic education system which Swamiji has opened for all the kids who want to come and learn in the Gurukul. So you will learn what we are taught in the education system also, and you will become like an extension, a family of the Guru, where Swamiji will recreate his own inner space in all the Balasans, right? Guru plus Kula is Gurukul, where you become an extension and family of the Guru. And this is how Swamiji will recreate his own inner space in everyone. And it's actually very powerful, and it is continuously about living whatever Swamiji teaches and manifesting the powers.
And please understand, Swamiji is literally creating incarnations through this Gurukul. These kids will be the future of the world, wherein Swamiji is giving them not just the outer world education, but also something which we can't give them, which is the inner awakening, right? The space of enlightenment, the space of compassion, the leadership. So, from that space, these kids, these Gurukul Balasans will be the leaders of tomorrow. So, I invite you, if you have kids, please do explore this option for your kids.
Yes, and Ma Ananda Mahapurna, you can do the power manifestation on a tablet that is not working. That is no problem. It is because now we are manifesting the power of consciousness over the element of silicon. So even if your tablet or device is not working, we can still manifest on that. So now, if all the participants are ready, we can start the manifestation. Keep your object on the corner or on the side of the device, and you can measure it so that you will know when the manifestation is happening.
You can even take a picture if you have the second device where exactly the object is sitting. So the power manifestation is foolproof. So let's take a minute. Let's quickly get ready.
Yes, and now while all of you are keeping your objects and measuring them, we will be playing a Sakshi Pramana, an experience of a person manifesting this. And just by seeing this, all of you will be able to mirror the neurons of the manifestation. And I also request all the participants to make sure that the device on which you're manifesting is visible in the camera.
Yes. So when you
See, it's a very important sharing.
Now I request all the participants to just, all of you can see how the bottle cap is clearly moving. So just just using the same power, just mirror the neurons and manifest it with your object in front of you. There is no physical contact. You are just connecting to Swamiji, and using the power of your words, you are going to move the matter in front of you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda. Paramashivoham.
This is just the space of consciousness over matter. It is where you manifest the power of your space over the object in front of you. Whenever your thoughts hit the space, that is when your reality is generated. So just have the thought that yes, Swamiji is flowing through me, I can manifest. And when that hits space, you will be able to manifest the reality you want. You'll be able to manifest the object moving in front of you.
Yes. Please understand, it is when you have one crystal clear thought in your space. And when you just hold that thought in your space, you will see it simply manifesting in your reality. That thought will simply create your reality, right? So just hold this thought in your space, drop any SDHD which is coming, and you will see it will simply manifest. So that space becomes the space of Kalpataru, where anything you wish, it will simply become a reality for you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
Let's keep chanting Mahavakya, reminding everybody to please keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Just entangle yourself with the video which is being projected on the screen.
Nityananda. Paramashivoham. Nityananda. Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyā. Mahamahavagyā, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyā. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
As all of us are manifesting, the moment you're able to see any change, vibration, or any frequency change, you can start posting in the chat. Ma Prema, Ma Jennifer, Ma Sharmini, Ma Jnanapradaini, all of you can post your manifestation. As it's starting to happen, you can post it. Nityandam, Ma Priyatma Swarupini, are you able to manifest? You can post your experience of how you felt during this manifestation. Even if anyone is not able to see a physical drastic change, it's completely fine, because this is now we're starting to do the manifestation. So even if you feel like your energy is increasing, or if you're able to see the object vibrating, you can post all of that in the chat. It'd be really nice to hear all of your experience. Ma Stephanie, Ma Weeping, all of you can post how was your manifestation. And even if you feel that you were not able to manifest yet, immediately drop that cognition and hold on to the cognition that no, I can manifest, because this is very important in this power which we are manifesting. Because whatever you say is what you will manifest as reality. The moment you get a thought in you, when it hits the space, that is what manifests as reality, right? So even if you feel a thought that, oh, I'm not able to manifest, immediately drop that and hold the thought that yes, Swamiji is manifesting. You'll see that after a few minutes, you will really start manifesting. It will really happen. Yes, so Ma Priyatma Swarupini has posted this time. I'm feeling the space shift, Ma. I believe it would happen, yet to manifest. Okay, that's great that you're able to feel the space shift. And this thought that you have that it's yet to manifest, just drop that, Ma. Just hold on to the thought that yes, Swamiji is manifesting. I am manifesting it right now. Just continuously hold that thought, and you'll see before you even know it, you would have manifested. Okay. And Ma Jnana Pradayini, you have manifested, which is great. Yes, you're putting the video on Facebook. That's great. And you can even share on the chat also how you were able to manifest so that all of us can also know of your experience.
And if any one of you is having any difficulty, please do share with us. We can help you out. We can make you understand. And definitely with Swamiji's grace, you will be able to manifest as well.
Ma Nitya Prasada, Ma Parameshwari, all of you can share your experiences. It would be really nice to see. And even see, we might not see the change happening immediately in front of our eyes, but the space shift has surely happened, right? Just sitting in Swamiji's presence, the space shift happens. And even if the space shift happens and we don't see it immediately, we become very tense. We're like, oh God, am I manifesting? Oh, I don't think it happened yet. And the space which we created is gone. Swamiji says that when you create a space, the moment you have a doubt, that the moment you doubt the space which you created, the whole thing is gone and you have to recreate it. So before the space shift is able to reflect outside, we start doubting it, which is something we should not do. And there is actually the story of these three monkeys. So one day they found a ripe mango, and all three of them wanted it. So at first they were fighting for it. Then they came to a conclusion that okay, we'll grow this mango and we'll eat lots of mangoes from the tree which gives the mangoes. And one monkey took the responsibility of plowing the land and planting the seed. And another monkey said that I will water the plant every day. And the third monkey said that I will check on it every day. So these three monkeys started their work. And the first monkey nicely fertilized the land, plowed it, and planted the seed. And the second monkey was watering it very diligently every day. And they were thinking that why is the tree not growing? Few months passed by and not even a sapling was shown. And the third monkey was also like, yes, I don't understand why is the tree not growing. Every day I take it out to see if it has grown or no. Obviously, if every day we take it out, it's not going to grow. So that is exactly what we are doing. Before the shift of the space, before our space shift even reflects outside, we start doubting it and we start trying to dig it out and see if it has happened or no.
So please understand, it's very simple. Any self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial, when it happens, just drop it. Just drop it and create a new space. And you will see when you do it, that is our tapas, that is our penance. And do it through the day. Anything you want to manifest. It can be as simple as calling a taxi when you're going out. It can be power manifestation or enlightenment, anything. Just keep creating space. Keep playing with this. You will see it is such a powerful science. It is so powerful. Like this is how we talk in Adinam. I am creating the space, I want to manifest it. So this is something become so normal and part of each one of you. You will see this power of space creation and manifestation is really fun and you will enjoy doing it. So
yes, so many participants have started manifesting, which is great. Ma Anandeshwari, your object has moved. That's amazing. And Ma Prema Tavasi, you were able to move your Ganesha. That is also amazing. Yes. And Ma Virupaksha, you have asked that I'm not very good at powers. Can you please help me out? Yes. See, Ma, all of us should understand that as long as we hold this space, as long as you hold the space that I am not very good at powers or I'm not able to manifest this, that is what will manifest as reality for you. So you should shift this space which you're carrying. You should drop this cognition that you're having and you should hold the cognition that Swamiji is only manifesting. He will flow through me, so it will obviously happen. Even if you can't see the results right now in front of you, Just holding this space will manifest the results also. You'll also be able to start manifesting powers. But for that, first, we need to hold the space that I can manifest and I am good at manifesting. So you should shift the space now. You'll see that when you shift it, you'll automatically start manifesting. Yes, all the other participants also, you can post your experience, or if you're able to move the object. Even if you feel that you are not able to manifest and you need some help, you can even post that. The
Very nice to see so many participants manifesting. Actually, I just wanted to take one question from one of the participants. Sanjay Oriya has asked. So, whatever words we hold in our inner space will become our reality. That's right. So, you're asking to what extent is this true? If someone says Sanjay Ori will die in 2 hours, is it going to be his reality? What about cursed by a guru or anyone else? Okay, I'll tell you one thing. See, the power, the intensity of your manifestation depends on the integrity of your inner space. We all utter so many words, right? Let's take example. When you wake up in the morning, you say, I am so fresh. Today I should have the best day. I should go to the office and the boss should just smile at me. He should be very happy with me. Like you see, these kind of words, we create this space. By the time we go to office, by the afternoon, we say, oh God, it's just such a load. I don't like it. How much ever I try, this is what is life. We start getting frustrated. By evening, you just want to take a break from everything and you just want to go back. Our inner space is not consistent. See, it's like you have 100 pieces inside of you. So you have a current. Whichever piece your current you supply to, that becomes the reality. Unfortunately, now you have made that supply whatever you need to supply. You have like hundreds of things. So you're trying to distribute little bit current here, little bit current there. Like you want to give for 1 minute to becoming healthy. Next minute you want to give it to going and eating junk in restaurants. Next moment you want to give to partying. After that, next moment you want to give the energy to relaxing. Next moment you want to give the energy to healthy life. You keep swapping. So what happens is your inner space is non-integrated. Now, a person who utters words out of non-integrity, that is why Swamiji tells all that you talk whenever you are in irritation, whatever you tell, they don't become a reality. Like when I say that, what I mean is, if you say out of your anger, let's say you are cursing someone, or the example you have given, it will not become a reality. The words have no power in that sense. That is Vak Shakti. Where you declare and make something reality is Vak Shakti. But the same thing If you constantly keep uttering to yourself, life is frustration, you are creating the space for that to manifest. You're intensely giving the same electric supply. You're giving it to consistently to one same part. There's the second part of your question, which is you're asking, what about guru? Cursed by a guru or anyone else. It's completely, there's two complete different things. When guru utters something, the inner space of an enlightened master is absolute integrity. That is why when the guru blesses something, it becomes a reality for us. All the boons. And enlightened beings don't curse. And even if they curse, it's only a blessing. So in our, you should know, in our Puranas, in our Itihasas, in the Hindu history, we have tons of references to people like Savitri, a common normal woman who was able to stop the sunrise just by the power of her word. She was not a great, like some enlightened being or something, but the space. In the ancient time period, curses were true. Even a simple man, like anyone onlooker, was able to give a curse and it will become a reality because they all practice the power of integrity. But right now, in 1 minute, first moment you want to be happy, next moment you want to divorce, next moment you want to, continue the relationship. We're all like so broken fragments in our inner space. So there is no integrity in what we utter. You're understanding, Aya? So currently, even whether you curse someone or whatever, it will not become a reality.
Sorry for the technical glitch. I hope now all of you are able to see us and hear us. Alright, I was just saying a story. There was a story where like one person is so intense. He's like, I really, really want enlightenment and I will need a guru for this. He goes in search of a guru, goes in search of a guru and gets so frustrated he doesn't get a guru. So at one point he becomes so frustrated and he decides, okay, I'm declaring to the cosmos, now anyone, whoever I'm seeing next, I am going to declare that person as my guru. And I'm going to listen to whatever he says. And he sees immediately, like when he's making the declaration, suddenly a thief comes in his side and he's actually running away. The thief is actually running. And this guy goes and holds that thief's feet. And he says, oh master, you're my master, you're my master, please help me. And that fellow is like, hey, first of all, I'm a thief, I'm not your master, please leave me, I'm going, the police may come and catch me anytime. And he says, okay, okay, before you go, just tell me one thing. Teach me one thing that you know, and I just want to use that for my enlightenment. That fellow gets so angry. He says, all I know is only one thing, to steal. And I can only teach you to steal. You sit and you go and steal. That's all the only thing I can teach you, and he runs away. This person takes that one word so intensely. He just sits with himself, meditates on that word, and that he steals all his thoughts away, and he gets enlightened. Understand? The thing here is about how integrated you are to that word. Most of the time, we are so integrated to negative words. You believe so firmly. Someone tells you that, oh, you're such a powerful person, you have such amazing creativity, you're a great person, you would not believe it. But if someone else says that, look, even though you don't have that particular quality in you, someone tells you that, look, you're such a miser. 3 times you hear it from life, enough. You bring that as a conclusion inside of you. Understand that because we believe it so strongly, we get integrated to it. Imagine, see, understand, we are right now as broken parts. The maximum number of parts of it, when it gets together, integrated towards something, that becomes a reality. So the extent to which the integrity of you is towards something, that becomes a reality. The thoughts that are integrated to anything, all of us are integrated. All of us are integrated at any point of time, but to what? That's what matters. That's what manifests the reality. Hope I answered your question, Aya.
Okay. See, so your inner space has a power to shift the reality and the way you experience life. Bring integrity on that. See, instead of thinking about the adverse effects, start thinking about how the declaration you make now can make you alter the reality in front of you. Constantly declare, keep declaring. If you keep Virupaksha, if you keep saying every time, power manifestation is difficult, power manifestation is difficult, that only becomes your reality. Are you understanding, Ma? See, from the time you are initiated till now, 10,000 times you have uttered power manifestation is difficult, it's not working for me. At least 1,000 times you need to utter power manifestation is possible, it will happen, to undo the number of decisions you made. And that 1,000 times you need to have the persistence or patience. You're understanding? So that's how it is, right? Shane, Dennis, Aya, same thing. See, don't give up. That's all is the thing. The number of times you make the decision with self-doubt, you at least need to make 1% of that to counter the decisions. You have 10,000 army, you at least need 1,000 this side to, even just 1,000 is enough to overthrow this 10,000 army, but the 1,000 life positive decisions are needed from your side with persistence. Okay, I'm seeing so many of you have manifested. That's wonderful. And I request every one of you to share actively when you're manifesting. Ma Virupaksha and all those, anyone who's not yet manifested. Are all of you understanding this? If you keep creating space, you're unable to manifest. Again, that's your reality you're creating. If you keep creating space, you can experience, you can manifest. That's the reality you will be creating. So please make sure create the right space within you. Don't create life negative space inside you. Okay, great. Wonderful. Now, with this, we'll all be entering into the next session. Today, the main part of the day, please understand it is mainly to have the right conclusion, the right inner space inside of you. So now we all learned
In E equal to mc square, Einstein is trying to maintain the speed of the light as a constant. Listen carefully. Speed of the light or time is not constant. I'll tell you what is exactly constant. Consciousness reflecting on the space, the fifth dimension of the universe, consciousness reflecting is constant. In all our consciousness, Paramashiva is reflecting in all our inner space. Paramashiva is reflecting. That is constant. Understand? These 5 elements and 5 dimensions are related. Length, breadth, depth, time and space, earth, water, fire, air and space. These 5 are connected. Listen carefully. When Paramashiva, cosmic consciousness, reflects in your inner space, that reflection is constant in all beings, not speed of the light or time. Time and speed of the light is not constant, but the way superconsciousness, Paramashiva, reflects in your inner space is constant. Means the way cosmic consciousness dances, reflects in your pure inner space, the way Sadashiva dances in your Chidambara is constant. All the beings who feel Aham, he exists in that. That is the only constant. Understand? From that starts the will persistence. Manifests the will persistence. Whoever gets back to that source from which he is reflecting, all of them fall into that space called oneness, which is constant. Paramashiva is equivalent to the will persistence decision to look at the source by the reflection. The constant in the cosmos is feeling of Aham. There is nothing in the cosmos which does not feel the Aham, including stone, Stavara, Jangama, everything feels the existence of Aham. When Mahadeva, Paramashiva says, Vyapakam, anything which feels Aham, he is in that. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. The pure consciousness reflects on the space. That reflection is individual consciousness called Aham. The frequency of that reflection is constant in everything.
But the side effect of that reflection, will persistence, is not constant in everything. Reflection is constant. Will persistence is not. So based on your will persistence, your life is decided. Are you going to spend 80% of your time in time related, or depth related, or length related, or breadth related existence of you? Neither length nor breadth or depth or time is low or wrong, but you not knowing the source vision, your reality, which is constant and playing in these other dimensions, there is every possibility you will get lost. If you remember your cosmic identity, if you remember the constant in you, which is your Chidambara, where the cosmic reflection Paramashiva, cosmic source Paramashiva, is dancing in your pure heart, Anandagandha, your inner space. Listen, cosmic Paramashiva is like a sun. Your pure inner space, that space, Chidambara, Akasha, Antarakasha, Chitakasha, is like a mirror. That sun reflecting in this reflection is called individual consciousness, Pratyagatma Chaitanyam. That is the constant in all beings. This constant's first side effect is will persistence. That is not constant in all beings. The quality of your will persistence decides whether your life is going to be stuck in time or depth or breadth or length. You remembering which is constant in you and which is not constant in you will not put you in a delusion where you make permanently damaging decisions of your life due to temporary mood swings. Guru is the person constantly resides in the constant and supports your will persistence to get back to your constant.
The higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers. Unexpected positive turn of the events and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, you can name it as power, you can name it as a God's grace, you can use any name you want, but the greater science, the cosmic science, is the higher dimensions entering into the lower dimensions. For example, length, breadth, depth, time, space. If the space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, depth manifests everything time wants. Understand? This length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive. able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. Please understand. The length dimension is responsible for your logic, rationality. The breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel the emotions, feeling connections. The depth dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, a powerful cognitions about life, beyond your logic and emotions. So understand, every dimension, when it enters into the lower level dimensions, it manifests intense power. Now, I want you to understand, time and space is independent intelligence and power. I'll give you simple understanding, very raw, crude, down to earth. Simplest understanding. You just try to internalize this one understanding. I'll help you to go through the whole initiation and make you manifest this power. I commit with you. Just understand this one. Time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel bad, pain. How much your skin is alive, that much, I should say little more than, much more than that, time is alive skin of the cosmos. Listen, where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from cosmos. Understand this? Where your skin ends, exactly that is the spot time starts. Time is the skin of the cosmos. Time is the skin of the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you, same way the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is the space. Your skin is alive. Your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space. I'll give you some of the important, powerful cognitions about space. Just if you internalize this, you can use the power of space in your day-to-day life in a very practical practical way, simple and very practical way. First, space is a living entity. It's not emptiness, it's not dead, it is living. Second, it is very close to consciousness. Third, the space you are carrying inside you, where the thoughts manifest, is directly connected to the space where this universe is established. Chidakasa, your conscious inner space, is directly connected to Mahakasa, where this universe is established. The space where this universe is established is directly connected to the space, your inner space where you are established. It means you have absolute ability to influence, inspire, directly intervene with the outer space on which the world is established. Any mass has a power to influence the space. When you are able to influence space through which you can influence anything which is established in the space, and just by sheer power of thoughts, you can raise, lower your mass, through which you can influence the space, through which you can influence anything established in the space. Please understand. When you meditate on cognize something very heavy, higher than your brain can grasp, your space becomes powerful, that can influence the space outside, and anything established in the space outside. Thoughts can travel using space as medium. Anything which has a mass can influence space, through that can influence anything established in the space. Let me be more clear and straight. Just through your thought, power of cognition, the power of your inner space, Chidambara, you can influence anything established in the space, whether sun or the moon or the universe or the black hole or the Big Bang, anything established in the space can be influenced through the power of your inner space.
Most powerful, greatest sacred secret
greatest Satya. I should say this is the greatest alchemy I can contribute to all your being. So please listen. The logic, length, dimension of your existence. In that, if you understand about oneness, it is imagination. Breath, the heart dimension of your existence. If you are able to grasp oneness in that level, it can be visualization of oneness. The depth dimension. In that, if you can grasp oneness, that will be declaration of oneness. In time dimension, you just need to manifest ferociousness. So, this imagination about oneness, visualization about oneness, declaration of oneness gets into your space, your Akasha. That is when the Mahasadashivatva, that is where the Mahasadashivatva manifests. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart, and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space The flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. Listen, no power can manifest in you if I have not entered into your space. Even if you manifest one power once, be informed, I have drilled you already up to your space. Kailasavasi celebrates the manifestations of his space. The manifestations of the length, breadth, depth. Manifestations of the length, breadth, depth is so superficial. So superficial. They are not worthy. Manifestations of length, breadth, depth is too superficial. They are not worthy. They are not at all worthy. Manifest the space. Celebrate your capabilities based on your power manifesting abilities and space.
Nityanandam, I think now all of us have understood more deeper how this space creation happens. I think Sanjay, I think your question got answered too now, where like Swamiji himself addressed that and took us way more deeper about how exactly, when exactly do the ideas The words that we cherish becomes a reality. You get it? Now, do you understand it more, Raya? And to everyone, can all of you post how much each of you have understood this? It's a very, very, very powerful revelation that Swamiji just gave to all of us. Swamiji explained to us how the words, the thoughts, the ideas that we cherish in our inner space matter. That is what becomes a reality. The ideas that we cherish in our inner space becomes a reality outside. How? It's a clear sign from the gift. Anything that has some mass has influence over the space and everything that exists in space. Actually, that entire clipping that we saw is one of the shortest, most powerful satsang, like I feel, because the whole satsang duration itself, Swamiji gave this little going on and give blessings and the most time it was. Hi, Samadhi. Swamiji said, please Samadhi, and I'm downloading and revealing this. It's probably right now like 20, 30 times in loop, multiple times. Every time we listen to that clip, it's like I get like new ideas, cognition. The whole cognition becomes so much more deeper. It's like, wow. When Swamiji says anything that has a mass can influence the space and can influence everything that is established on space. How the constant is not the speed of light. It is the way how Paramashiva reflects in our consciousness. Like every word that Swamiji uttered, every single word is so powerful. I feel like how so many things Swamiji is saying, which one to remember, it's like so much. That is why Swamiji says, if you want to get the best out of Paramashivoham program, you need to attend it at least 3 times for the full 21 days. Only then you'll be able to get the best of the program. It's like every time you listen to it again and again and again, you keep feeling the cognition getting updated more and more and more.
The Chidam, the inner space that we carry inside of us, has a significant impact on the outer space.
So are all of you understanding this? So far, are all of you with me? So now, listen, I see many of you who are sitting with your cameras turned off. Can I request everyone to first come on your cameras and please post the understandings and clicks you're having. And also, if any doubts or questions you might be having regarding this, because this is very important. See, tomorrow you want to go and let us say that you decide, okay, I'm going to use this power of space and I'm going to just manifest this as a reality. You need to have this click deeper. Suddenly at that time, if you are having a doubt, oh God, okay, what am I supposed to do next? I learned something, but I forgot. If you don't want to be in that situation, you need to make sure all these things are cognized deeply by you. You need to write your understanding, discuss, do vakyata others with your understanding. Can I request all the participants to write point by point by point everything that you remember from what you listened just now? Take a few minutes and please write it down point by point. Yes, that was a very nicely right now. Prayatna length, breadth, and depth does not define a person. It's a space that he carries defines the person. Absolutely, like either these are such powerful clicks. And just giving few minutes, so all of you can post, then we can go through and understand the different things that Swamiji just revealed. Now, let us take a few minutes to actually use this power of space creation. Ready? Choose any one reality that you want to manifest. Take a few minutes. All of you choose any one reality that you want to manifest. And first write down the powerful cognitions you got from this session and cognize inside of you how the thoughts you carry have a power to influence your reality. You can move things the way you want it just through the power of your thought. Just through the power of your thought. I remember one participant, this was in 2015. She wanted to come for Inner Awakening program and she didn't have the funds and she really wanted to come to the program, and Swamiji had told in one of the satsams saying that all you need is just have intention, immediately it will manifest. So inside her, till then, she kept cherishing these words saying that, oh, I don't have money to attend, I don't have money to attend. So instead, she just shifted it to Swamiji has told, if I have intention, I will manifest it. So I'm having a strong intention now. From this moment, I am going to cherish that I am attending the program. And she prayed to Swamiji. Next day, she said that it was raining very heavily. And all of a sudden, someone wanted to come and take shelter at her place. And because it was raining very heavily, some passerby requested if they can rent just her room outside. I don't clearly remember. She said, rent a particular place next to her house. And she said, okay. Next morning, he said that he was so happy and that he literally saved his life and gave her the entire amount that is needed for the Inner Awakening program. He said, like, she doesn't need it, like, he could have just stayed for free and gone. He said he insisted and gave that money to her. In what all levels Swamiji actually manifests for us. See, the moment your inner space shifts, outer reality has to change. That is why in our Puranas, we read someone is doing tapas, and with the intensity of tapas that he is doing, Indraloka shakes, Vaikunta shakes, Kailasa shakes, Indra's chair shakes. How? Understand, it is because of the power that space has. It is the power that your inner space carries, which can impact the outer reality.
Every time you create a space, see, you are giving an energy to generate that as a reality. The more and more you keep bringing the doubts, the thoughts in you, it is like two opposing energies in your inner space. So there's one part that says yes, there's another part that says it's impossible. This constant conflict makes us lose, like, the energy that you give is not becoming reality. What you're going to do now is you're going to intensely create space for whatever is the reality that you want to become reality, which means visualize as if it is already happening. Close your eyes, visualize. Now, when you're creating space, you'll get doubts. These are the interferences. Each time the doubt comes, consciously drop it. Say, no, I'm not going to entertain this doubt, and drop it. After completing, go back to step 2 and recreate the space in you. Keep doing this until you're able to create the space for the chosen reality without interferences of any incompletion. Then the space you created will just manifest as reality. This is such a powerful way. Listen very carefully. Every time an incompletion comes, drop it. Consciously complete, again go back and visualize. Again, if an incompletion comes, again drop it. Again go back and visualize. It may sound very okay, what is the power of this? Understand this is 3D printing your reality literally. Sit now, create space for any reality that you want to manifest. Visualize that it is already happening. Please relax. Yes. Now, as all of you manifest this power of space creation, where anything you visualize, making that into reality, we're going to be entering into a very, very beautiful and a very important session next. See, today, all of you are going to be having initiation where you're going to be experiencing the Chit Jata Granthi process. Now, each of us have a certain block in our DNA, like we all have like a knot in our DNA. The sounds that coils, the wrong sound patterns that coils around our DNA, which makes us fall into the same pattern again and again. We are now going to be learning about what is this Chit Chata Granthi process.
And we're also going to be understanding how using Mahavakya, you can come out of the wrong connections that are there in your DNA level. Very beautifully, Swami explains the whole process. See, now all of you were sitting and doing the power of space creation. Each one of us were sitting and manifesting that. Literally manifesting what reality you want to generate in your outer space. You were visualizing this to literally manifest it out there. Now, morning we also learned about how our DNA exists. What is super DNA? The Jivatman DNA, which all of us have, like what the science calls as junk DNA, because it's not explored into, and which actually holds a lot of our power. How to awaken that? We are going to now be learning all that in this section, because today's initiation is going to be this. We all are going to be experiencing the awakening of our DNA strands. Swamiji is going to be awakening the DNA strands in us. Let's get ready to listen to this powerful revelation. And I also request all of you, the darshan is going to be starting very, very soon. So if any of your friends, family members are not yet here, kindly do invite them, and all of you sit together and listen to this intensely.
I was expanding on the science of making the best, highest superconscious mutation as Paramashiva gave this science to Devi, and Devi brought to planet Earth in Kanchipuram and started manifesting it. What I am saying is the ultimate truth from Paramashiva directly. Understand? The strands of DNA, components of DNA is kept together through sound. So, if you want superconscious mutation in you, the sound through which your DNA is kept together need to be dismantled, and the ultimate sound need to be inserted. Understand? You need to disconnect the threads with which your consciousness and DNA is bound together and alter the connecting point, the sound, into highest possible sound. What kind of a sound is used to bind your consciousness and DNA strands together? That decides what kind of a powers you are going to manifest and what kind of a life you are going to have in your body. I'll repeat. There are 4 situations in your life where consciousness is directly influencing your DNA. When you are hungry,
when you are angry, when you are lusty, when you are about to fall sleepy, too tired, just want to get lost, withdraw. These four situations, your consciousness directly influences the DNA. The door between the consciousness and DNA is open. During these four situations, if you use these four situations, you can detox, remove all the unconscious ideas, words you stored inside you, and you can pull them out at Mahavagya. Powerful sounds, Mahavagya, inside you. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Your DNA strands are connected through water, hydrophobic material. DNA strands and the consciousness is connected through sound, sounds with which they are connected matters. The good news is you can reprogram, replace the old sounds through which your consciousness and DNA strands are tied together, connected together. The great news is you can use these four opportunities to do it easily. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. With the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavagya as connection point. Let Mahavagya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience Kailasa. This Mahavagya is directly from Kailasa. Understand? Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made? That sound. Sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I'm repeating. If Mahavagya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. Ultimate superconscious mutation. I am telling you. See, I had a guru. His name was Narayana Swami Tata.
He's adept in the science of Aushadha, medicines. He will collect herbs from the ground which was never walked by human beings. மனித கால்படாத இடத்திலிருந்து வேர்களும் செடிகளும் மூலிகைகளும் கொண்டு வருவார். Let me repeat. The place where human beings never walked, from that kind of places he will bring herbs, roots. How you know? He had a trained dog and a goat. The dog will take the goat and go. Goat will identify the herb. Dog will just pick it up and bring it. I have seen this happening. I am not telling you stories. He lived just few years, maybe 30 years before. And still his son, grandsons are, his family is still living in Tiruvannamalai. You can go and talk to them. You will find what I said is true. His name is Narayana Swami Tata. Still the home he lived is there. And all the things he used is there. Maybe the dog may not be alive because you can see his photograph. But surely the family knows whatever I am saying and you can talk to them. I had this kind of masters who are adepts. He told me once, when he was making the Aushadha, for a so-called incurable disease, kind of a very dangerous cancer, for that he was making Aushadha. He collected too many things from too many sources and finally made the Aushadha. He called that disciple, or I should say that client, who came to him for healing, for medical care, medical help, Aushadha help, the customer. And he gave that medicine to him. Asked him, eat this medicine every day, once a day, for next 42 days. He prepared that medicine with a lot of difficulty. Third day, that guy came back saying that somebody in the home unknowingly threw that whole packet into the river. Without knowing that it is a medicine, they just threw the whole thing while they were cleaning the home and put it in the river. Nearby small stream where they dump all the unwanted things. Surely it is very difficult to do the medicine again. I was wondering how he is going to solve, how he is going to help this person to get out of the cancer now, because making the medicine again, collecting the whole items, almost impossible. All he did, he called that person, made him sit next to him and told, this simple process, whenever you are feeling hungry, do japa of this mantra. I tell you, I know it is very difficult for you to believe. Maybe the power of his initiation, his words, energy. He said, whatever I made as Aushadha, your body is capable of producing it when you add consciousness to your hunger. I tell you, surely it is the power of his initiation, because I saw he was having his hand on the shoulder of that person while he uttered these words. So that words have gone into his body like a powerful energy shock. Now literally I am having my hands on all your shoulders and giving you this initiation. Whenever you fall for someone, you are in deeply love with that person, the human being, the person for whom you fall for, you are in love, that person takes you for granted. You feel the other person for whom you have fallen is not loving you so much as you feel for him or her. Listen. Whenever you fall for someone, you always feel the other person for whom you have fallen, that person takes you for granted, and that person does not love you, have feelings to the same level you have. Sometimes this is the way you feel, sometimes this is truth also. With ordinary human beings, this is the way love is acted, reacted, given, received, reciprocated. This is the way the love flows with ordinary human beings. With the divine, with Paramashiva, the logic of love is totally different. Listen. When you love me, when you fall for me, first thing, I raise you. Second, I shower life energy in you. When I shower life energy in you, your consciousness is the most superior asset, wealth, property for you and for the world. Listen carefully. I'll tell you one small very sweet, intimate happened between me and my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I carried food for him one day and he was eating. Few food parts fell from his mouth with his saliva by mistake when he was eating with the hand. I just took that. He thought I am cleaning it up and I may throw it away, but I did not throw it away. I just put it in my mouth. Prasada. The Guru Uchishtam. Guru Prasada. He smiled at me. I still remember. He said, now this body, showing my body, has also become precious asset for the world. It will do a lot of good. In Hindu tradition, the Guru Uchishta, the food partaken by the Guru Prasada, is sacred, very sacred. Guru Padodaka means the water with which Guru's feet is washed. The food which Guru has partaken, Guru Uchishta, Guru Padodaka, is highly sacred in Hindu tradition. He said, just that little Uchishta which I took, the power of that, he said that his very biomemory, bioenergy is passed on, and that will start flowering in this body now. This body also is a precious asset for the world because of what it is manifesting. Listen sincerely, intensely. When he loved me, he made me sacred. When I fell for him, he raised me and he made me sacred by showering his love on me. Listen. All of you, my disciples, followers, whom I initiated, all of you have received the greatest, best Uchishta, that is mantra, the Mahavagya, which I used most in my life, is the Mahavagya. The mantra, if you have received, you received the best, greatest Uchishta from me. You are now sacred. Your consciousness is needed for this world. Each of you meditating, living Veda Agamic lifestyle, living enlightenment not only helps you, it helps the world to sail through this pandemic, this pralaya. So when I fell for my Guru, he raised me and showered his love on me and made me sacred. He did not take me for granted. Same way, I want to tell each one of you, I don't take you for granted. When you fell for me, I shower my love on you, and I don't take you for granted. I make you sacred. Understand? Sometimes I may not be giving attention, but never ever feel I take you for granted. I don't take you for granted. Sometimes if I give you attention, you become more conscious and spiritually awakened. Then I shower you with my attention. Sometimes when I give attention, you try to use me like a crutch. Hang on. Then I tell you, don't use me as a crutch. I may not give you attention at that time, but I never take you for granted. Understand? Each one of you are conscious boats to help the humanity sail through this pandemic. When you are doing yoga every day, don't think you are saving only yourself. You are saving many more beings consciously to sail through this pandemic, through this pralaya. In Guru Gita, there's a beautiful verse. Guru padodakam panam, guru ruchishta bhojanam, guru murti sada dhyanam, gurumna sada japaha. Gurur namna sada japaha. One should drink the Guru's feet washed water and eat the remnants of the Guru's food plate. One should always chant the name of the Guru and always meditate on the Guru's form. Guru padodakam panam, gururuchishta bhojanam, gurumurte sada dhyanam, gurur namna sada japaha. What a life. If someone gets this four, they got much more than mukti. If someone gets this four in their life, every day especially, they got much more than mukti. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What does he mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 akshara. Some say, no, it is 52. But I tell you, 54. There are 54 bijas, powerful seed syllables. I have embedded them into this Mahavagya, and has manifested the various versions of Mahavagya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. When the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hreem Nityananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gham Nityananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this Mahavagya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Maha Pranava, Om. It can manifest everything with the specific bijas. It can manifest those specific manifestations immediately. One more thing, listen. When I said there are 54 sounds, there are some sounds which can never be written, which can't even be uttered. It can only be manifested as a vibration. It can be transmitted from guru to disciple. That sound is called Anahata Dvani, uncreated sound. Uncreated sound. Ahata means two objects hitting. Even your tongue hitting the air and producing a sound is ahata. Anahata means the sound which is produced by not anything hitting anything, or uncreated, just pure manifestation from existence.
The process we are going to do now is called Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana. Means you are combination of pure consciousness and patterns. Your patterns are no independent life. They can become alive only if your consciousness is in the body. Am I right? Can you continue to smoke or struggle with your anger if you are dead? So only because of your consciousness existence, because of your consciousness, your patterns are empowered. Same way, you don't exist just as a consciousness, patterns. Even you seeing you and me are different is a pattern. You and me are separate is a pattern. So still the patterns are there. It means as on now the reality is you are together. You are totality of consciousness and patterns. As I said earlier, I cannot complete your patterns layer by layer, one by one, but I can put fire on your patterns. That I have a freedom. But as an enlightened ethics, I cannot complete your pattern. It's your free will. But I can put the fire on the whole thing. Means I can use my presence to create a distance between you and your patterns. Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana means cutting the knot which connects your consciousness and pattern. Most of the successful leaders experience this Chit Jada Grandhi Vedana. Only then they can handle the stress or the responsibility of others.
that we are having today, like Swamiji revealed, all the powerful leaders, successful leaders have to go through this process for them to be successful. Only then they'll be able to um, handle the pressure or stress. That is why this process is a very, very important one and a very powerful one. The Chit Jata Granthi Bedana process. This whole process literally awakens us to our highest possibility, the DNA consciousness in us. Every one of you that are sitting here, please understand, each of you are experiencing that awakening today. Today, Swamiji is going to be working on awakening that DNA consciousness inside of us. Understanding? All right. So now we're going to be understanding what Swamiji exactly revealed in this. See, the Mahavakya has the power, the ability to make us experience that powerful shift in our inner space. The Chit Jata Granthi, where the inner space, the Chit, is completely shifted and you experience that stress free, absolute powerful inner space inside of you. Now, for that, we're going to be manifesting a very, very beautiful power. The power of shifting another person's inner space. See, in the last few rounds, in the last few sessions, we've learned about what is the power of space, how the words we utter has an impact on the outer reality. We learned all of this, correct? Now, we are going to be learning about how you can apply this science and shift a person's space. See, all of our inner space is having some or the other thoughts, obstacles that we all carry towards manifesting a certain reality, correct? Okay, you want to manifest a job, you want to manifest a business, you want to manifest a good relationship. We all have a certain obstacle that we carry in our inner space. That is called an incompletion. Now, just like how your words have the power to penetrate into another person's inner space, your inner space, and shift. You have the power to penetrate into another person's inner space and shift it. Yes, Satyajata Shivaya, what you've posted is correct. That's the right click. You've had the right understanding. Very nice. Shane Denisaya. Okay, now we're going to be manifesting this power. Are all of you understanding the ability? See, your words have the power to create an impact in another person's inner space. This reminds me of a very nice story. I always like sharing this. So once a samurai warrior goes to the Zen master and he asks the master, what is the difference between heaven and hell? Then the master smiles at him and he asks, are you a samurai warrior? He has the pride on the face and he says, yes, I am. Then the master looks at him and laughs and says, how can you be a samurai warrior? If can be a samurai warrior, anyone else can be. What is so great? You don't even know this much and you want to become a samurai warrior? That moment, this man loses his patience. He draws out the sword and then he keeps it in the neck of the master. He says, how dare you? The master looks at him, smiles, and he says, this is hell. The warrior understands. He smiles. He's having gratitude. He puts his sword back in. He falls at the master's feet and he says, thank you, master. The master smiles and says, this is heaven. See, your inner space, what context, like how your words have the power, your space, your thoughts have the power to change the outer reality. This is a very popular research conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto, where he takes different samples of water, okay? He goes to each of the water and he tells glass of water he'll go to and he'll say, I love you. Another glass of water he'll go to and he'll say, I hate you. You look absolutely ridiculous. And then he'll go to another water and he'll say that, this is God's blessing. And the third sample, he will not even talk anything. He will just visit and come back. Now, The first water, where he said positive words, formed amazing molecular structures. The second water, where he uttered negative words, he had that water had it had completely disrupted the molecular structure. This is just an impact of the word in a simple glass of water. Now, our body, three-fourths of our body is made up of water. Imagine the impact of your thoughts, your space in the reality. In this power, you're going to be bringing completion in your inner space by chanting the Mahavakya, and through that, you're going to be bringing completion in other person's inner space. Are all of you understanding? If you're all understanding, can I request everyone to put yes in the chat? Are you all clear with the science? I'll explain you all how to do it, but if you're just understanding the science, let's start with that. Can I request you all to put yes in the chat? Great. D.H. Sahana is asking, how do you know what you're visualizing is the right thing for you? And she's saying that as long as you are visualizing, mind is there, isn't it? Very nice question. I'll answer it for you. See, every time you create a space for something, okay, there is nothing called right or wrong. If in your immature understanding or mature understanding, whatever it is, like in your understanding, something may be best for you at that point in time. But as you mature, you will feel like this was too immature of me to think of it. There's better goals that I need to set. As we keep evolving, as our inner space evolves, our ideas, our thoughts, everything evolve. So there's nothing definitive as right or wrong. If something is integrated to the purpose of your life, if something is empowering you to experience your higher reality, that becomes the best thing for you. Understanding, ma? So now, that answers the first question. So there's no definite thing is right or wrong. What may be right or wrong for you could be right or wrong for another person. Something might be right for you, it might be wrong for another person. So it is subjective. And that the point of measuring is, are you aligning yourself to your higher identity through that act? That means it's right for you. You're understanding? But we're talking something that's very subjective. Second part, you're saying that all visualization is something we hold in our in our mind, correct? Now, listen very carefully. The moment you close your eyes, what is inside of you is your inner space. It's like a room. And right now, our inner space is cluttered with thoughts. All the incompletions, all the patterns together forms your mind. Actually, the visualization is happening something a little beyond the mind. When you unclutch, you're in a no mind state. Whenever you visualize, if you are doing the power of space creation exactly as Swamiji has described, if you're really completing and there are no thoughts, you're actually entering into the no mind state. In the no mind state, you make the visualizations, and those visualizations are 3D printed as reality. So, with our mind, which is cluttered, if you have something, it's just thoughts, like you think of it. But the process of space creation is where you are creating, you're consciously visualizing it in your inner space, which is a step beyond the mind, which goes to the no mind state. Understanding, ma? So you're saying, but it would have changed so many things irreversibly. Well, that's how aspirations mature. So if you if you choose the actions that are aligned to your higher identity, you will never have any of your desire in conflict with another. 10 years before what you decided to 10 years later what you are deciding now, both it will be in alignment for you. Means you will see that expansion is there, but you will not have conflict with it.
I think the very next session we're going to be entering into would really help us understand and cognize this deeper and better. The session we're going to be entering into is the session on how nothing falls apart, everything falls in place. So in that session, definitely you would have a much better understanding of the same thing, the exact question you're asking for, Ma. You would have a really strong understanding.
So I'll enter into this round, okay? Now, what each of you are going to do is, can each of you connect with another partner within the Zoom room, okay, in this round? I request each of you to scan the other person, and you're going to be identifying ask them to share one reality that they want. Like they can say, well, I want to manifest $50,000, or um, I want to get my loan settled. Now, whatever is the reality that they want to manifest, you're going to be identifying what is the exact thought current they're stuck with in manifesting that reality. Once they share with you the thought current, you're going to be identifying the solution for it by scanning through your third eye, and you are going to be completing in your inner space, which means you're going to be actually healing your inner space. And when you manifest it for them, when you tell them, you will see a shift in their inner space. Shall we all enter into the process? Please connect to a partner. You all can just see amongst each other within this room and connect to them.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya
Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda
Nityanandam. Hope all of you, how many of you have started manifesting this? Please continuously hold that cognition inside of you. The powerful cognition we all just learned, the power of space you all just learned. You have that power. You would be able to influence and impact the reality. All right, now we're going to enter into a very important session, and this session would be like a preparation for all of us for receiving the darshan. In this session, Swamiji is going to reveal to us a very important subject on how nothing falls apart, everything falls in place. This is the principle for which Bhagavan Sandhya and Ritsamurti dances. Today we are going to be having the darshan of various dancing forms of Paramashiva. Pradhan Ritsamurti is the Nataraja form that most of us will be familiar of. There's one more called as Sandhya Ritsamurti, meaning he dances in twilight time, literally in midst of destruction and creation, or creation and destruction, that in between time. the moment you realize that Paramashiva, I know even through the toughest ordeals, it is you who is doing your Sandhya Tandava. You're like, oh God, this fellow knows. Now my secret is revealed to him. He will just give us suggestion. Understand? It is the cosmic dance of Paramashiva, which when you understand, you will be liberated. You will be pulled out of delusion and everything will happen exactly the way you want it. Life will be auspicious. Everything is auspicious. We are going to be learning this very, very powerful cognition right now in this session. So let's all listen to this now.
Sandhya Nrittamurti. See, Sandhya means the day and night meeting. And destruction, pralaya, and creation meeting. For you to understand roughly, you can roughly understand as ice age. During every ice age, he dances the cosmic dance. That is called Sandhya Tandava. Listen. Whenever you feel everything in your life is falling apart, suddenly business is collapsing, wife is leaving, and kids are not listening to you. It's almost like your whole life is going. What do you think as your life is going? Health is failing. Whenever you feel that pralaya is happening in you, meditate on this Sandhya Nrittamurti. Invoke him. Mahadeva, you are doing your Sandhya Nritya in my life. Just show me you are doing the Sandhya Nritya. That's enough. He will simply manifest auspiciousness in you. Listen. He just wants you to know he is doing Sandhya Tandava in your life. If you recognize it, you will say, all right, come on. Now, it is time. Let's start the creation. Let the new yuga start. Let the new universe manifest. Let the new life manifest. If you want new life to manifest in you, connect with Sandhya Tandava Murti. Nritta means Tandava. Sandhya Nritta Murti. Tandava goes through certain discipline. Nritta is beyond all discipline. So, if you feel things are falling apart in your life, connect with Sandhya Nritta Murti. Mahadeva, Paramashiva, I know you are doing Sandhya Nritta in me. Just reveal that you are doing Sandhya Nritta, so I'll be in peace. That's all. He will feel very shy. Hey, this fellow caught me. Now he knows my Leela. Okay, come on. All right. I'll create the new life for you. I'll manifest new life for you. Delusion will delude you as long as you have not recognized the delusion is deluding you. The moment you recognize delusion is deluding you, it can no more delude you. Delusion cannot delude you. The moment you recognize delusion is deluding you. Actually, even this Sandhya Nritta Murti we have in Seattle Temple. Seattle Temple, we have not only the huge Nataraja, Ananda Nataraja, we have some more dancing forms of Shiva. I think we have done that 108 dancing forms of Shiva and sent to different temples few deities, few forms. So Seattle has Ananda Tandava as in Chidambaram and Sandhya Nrittamurti, and even Los Angeles has few more Tandavas of Paramashiva's forms. So connect with this superconscious mutation, Sandhya Nrittamurti. You will realize nothing is falling apart, everything is falling in place. If you know Paramashiva, you will know everything falls in place. If you don't know Paramashiva, you may be deluded thinking everything is falling apart. Listen intensely. Principle of manifestation getting manifested. Principle of maintenance getting manifested. Principle of rejuvenation getting manifested. Principle of pulling out of delusion getting manifested. Principle of liberation getting manifested. So, creation of the universe is one level. Principle of creation getting created. Creation energy getting created. So, the permutation combination of all these 5 into 5 is 25. All the 25 happening in you now. Now. Listen. If you meditate on this, you will understand some people manifesting in your life is creation. Some people leaving your life is rejuvenation. Some people getting back to your life is pulling out of delusion. Some people are adding bliss, joy to you, and you adding bliss and joy to them is liberation. All this, understand, whether it is people, places, object, health, anything you experience, it is all just the 25 principles manifesting, happening in you. If you are fighting with that happening, you are Jiva. If you are master of that happening, you are Shiva. If you sit now and complete with all these 25 happenings in your life, internally, externally, some good things getting created. Some things which you think as good getting destroyed, rejuvenated. Some things getting pulled out of delusion. Some things getting liberated. Listen carefully. Everything happening in you is auspicious. If you understand that, you are Shiva. Inside you, outside you, everything happening is auspicious. I tell you, once you are initiated, once you are my disciple, listen very clearly. Even if you think in your life things are falling apart, they are falling in proper place. Understand? Nothing is falling apart. they are all falling in place. Once you are initiated, you are integrated to Guru, Linga, Sangha, I tell you, nothing falls apart. You may, even if you think things are falling apart in your life, they all fall in place. Understand that. Nothing falls apart. Everything happening is auspicious. Everything is falling in place for the higher purpose. I tell you. Once you sit with that clarity, you are Shiva. If you are able to come to that clarity in your life, you are master of your life. You are Ishvara. I tell you, whoever is constantly in firefighting mode internally lives as Jiva. Whoever lives in ferocious mode internally lives as Shiva. So be very clear. If you are suddenly having lottery, wealth is getting manifested. If you are losing some money, the destruction of wealth is happening. But that does not mean you are a loser or something is wrong with you. You are Paramashiva. Things are not falling apart. Things are falling in place. Sometimes some wealth loss awakens strong, active, workaholic energy in you, which is, you might have lost few $1,000s, but the energy gets triggered in you, maybe worth of millions of dollars. I have seen this happening. So nothing is wrong, inauspicious. Anybody who soaks into this powerful cognition, whatever is happening is auspicious. First of all, that powerful cognition fellow, you will not have violence inside. And you will not be doing anything wrong. You will be living as Paramashiva. When somebody tries to attack you, they only create karma. It's not that you have some karma, because of that they are coming near. No, they create karma for themselves. You live in a pure Paramashiva space. I tell you, when you are integrated to your Guru, the powerful cognitions they manifest, it may be very simple word, but it will just open your Kundalini and make it into reality. Now, I am telling you about the most powerful sacred secret of death. 5 into 5 means creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, liberation. This 5 into 5, these 25 principles is happening now in you. Take this as powerful cognition. And everything happening inside you, outside you is auspiciousness. This powerful cognition will make you intelligent, strategic, brilliant, powerful. It will not make you lazy, tired, bored, powerless. No, understand that. It will bring so much healing and energy. especially when you are my disciple. When you are initiated by me, integrated to me, understand, it just manifests in you like initiation. If you are initiated and you have not abused me and you are not interested in abusing me, if you are clear about that, that's all, you are integrated to me. You are my disciple. Understand, if you are my initiated disciple and integrated to me, listen very carefully. This word may look very simple, but meditate on it, it will just open Paramashiva in you. Everything is auspicious. Whatever you think, good, bad, right, wrong, everything is just these 25 activities happening. Some thoughts getting manifested, some thoughts getting sustained, some thoughts getting distracted, something's coming in your life as manifesting, something's getting maintained, something's getting distracted, something's getting pulled out of delusion, something's getting liberated. Understand this. This 25 will go on in you forever. You can be in firefighting mode as a jiva, means deluded individual, or you can be in ferocious mood as Paramashiva, individual. Be Paramashiva with the clarity, everything happening is auspiciousness. Be individual, not individual. He manifesting through individual is individual. Understand? He manifesting through individual is individual. Understand? I tell you, with my tremendous love, just meditate, internalize this powerful cognition. Everything happening is auspicious and Paramashiva is within me doing all these 25. Your body, physical body, carries the consciousness. I use new word called Divya Sarira. Consciousness wearing this body is Divya Sarira. The consciousness getting more and more empowered. When the consciousness gets empowered, you don't feel suffocated by physical body and its limitations. Listen carefully. Understand, sometime you may say, oh Swamiji, the universe does not make sense to me. It does not need to make sense to you. It is not obligated to make sense to you. You are obligated to make sense to Paramashiva. Understand, you deciding to make yourself sensible to Paramashiva is surrender to Paramashiva. I decided I will make myself sensible to Paramashiva. I will not bother whether Paramashiva makes sense to me or not. That is surrender. Paramashiva is no way bound to make sense to me. Universe is not obligated to make sense to me. I am only obligated to make sense to universe. I am obligated to make sense to Paramashiva.
my behavior, my lifestyle, my thought currents, me. I am supposed to make myself sensible to Paramashiva. Paramashiva is no way obligated to make himself sensible to me. When I decided this, Paramashiva started manifesting in me. Make this decision on this auspicious Deepavali day. Understand, this is I am revealing the most internal, deepest sacred secret. Decide. Life, Paramashiva, universe, Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. The Jiva means the individual existence, soul, Atma of me. Ishvara means the cosmic soul. Jagat is cosmos. These three put together is Paramashiva. All this is not at all obligated to make sense to me. I am only obligated to make sense to Paramashiva. That is surrender. When I decided that, suddenly I saw everything started making sense to me and he started manifesting through me. I became insider. Understand? As long as you think world, universe should make sense to you, you will be an outsider. When you decide, universe is no way, Paramashiva is no way obligated to make sense to you. You are only obligated to make sense to Paramashiva. You become insider. Paramashiva starts revealing all the truths to you and he makes so much sense to you. Understand? When Paramashiva starts making sense to you, you feel just with life. Wow, life is dharmic. Nothing is negative in the universe. Everything is auspicious.
Shiva means in Sanskrit, costless auspiciousness. And you'll be surprised to know some more details. In Sanskrit, the word for destruction, literally if you translate, it is not destruction. It is, the word means samhara. That is the word we use. That word means rejuvenation, creating place for new things happening. Wrongly we translate the word samhara as a destruction. The exact Sanskrit word means creating new space for new things to happen. Rejuvenation. Even destruction can be looked from different dimension. Even destruction can be looked from different dimension. Rejuvenating or creating new space for better things to happen. Even the disease which happens to your body just creates a new space so that you can start having new body. You can get ready to live a new life. You can just restart the whole thing. See, actually, restarting the whole thing can heal many of your wounds. There are some wounds which can't be healed just by going to sleep and coming back. There are some wounds which can be healed by falling asleep and coming back. You will forget. There are some wounds which can't be healed by falling asleep and coming back. At that point only you decide, let me restart the whole thing. Let me just refresh. Then you allow the body to have some disease so that the rejuvenation process can start. You can drop this body and take a new body and start new life, the new way of thinking, new way of living, new way of expressing. Every moment when you move from one moment to next moment, you are expanding, you are growing, you are learning. If you look from this angle, even your death is auspicious because you are going to next step. You are going to further Only if you are not clear about the next step, you will feel the fear of death. It is not even fear of death, it is fear of unknown. Fear of unknown. Present moment is the possibility of rejuvenation. If you are in the present moment, you will experience overflowing energy in the body. You will feel whatever is happening is auspicious. If you are caught with Brahma or Vishnu, you will not feel whatever is happening is auspicious. If you are caught in Shiva, if you are centered in the center, present moment, where future is disappearing into present and becoming past. If you are in the present moment, in this moment, you will become like Shiva, who is rejuvenator, who is constantly creating space for new things to happen. You will be fearless the moment you are fearless about the things happening. You will feel everything happening around you is causeless auspiciousness. As long as you are caught in future, you will feel insecure, fear. If you are caught in the past, you will feel things are inauspicious. Life is dull, dead. If you are in the present, one more thing, if you are in the present, you will see very clearly the future which is coming in inside you and becoming past leaves so much energy in you. Every moment you are just overflowing with energy. If you are caught by future, you are in fantasies, means castles in the air, no energy. If you are caught in the past, you are just a stone, a rock which can't be moved, dead, no energy. If you are caught in the future, air. If you are caught in the past, dead rock. If you are caught in the present, if you are centered in the present, you will be a flowing river, water. You will be just a flowing river. You will be just a flowing energy. Whoever is in the present moment, just swallowing the future and making it as a past consciously, will be overflowing, bubbling with energy. The Mahadeva, Shiva, who represents the rejuvenation process, are creating space for new things to happen. He is causeless auspiciousness.
Yes. What Swamiji revealed now to all of us is a very, very important truth. The first and foremost, the most primary thing for each of us, understanding about what does the principle Nataraja Sadanrita Murti represent whenever things fall apart or we think things fall apart. Actually, it is delusion because nothing falls apart. Everything is auspicious. Things only fall in place. Even the worst moments that you think, the so called worst moments, are only part of the larger picture, but everything is only falling in place.
How many of you are cognizing and internalizing this? How many of you are able to see things in your life where at one point you felt like, God, why is this even happening? But then it turned out to be the best thing. It turned out to be auspicious for you. How many of you were able to identify things like these? Take a few minutes and please post in the chat. Give an example. Each of you please post along with an example. Any one thing or a few things where you saw it was almost like you felt like this is so bad. Why is this even happening to me? And then it turned out to be so auspicious for you. Maybe for many people I've seen, there are people for whom their life situations would become so difficult. And that's what would even connect them to Swamiji. So like this, every one of us, the things that we feel like, oh God, oh God, oh God, everything is falling apart. Like, why is my life like turning around like this? Why are the things happening this way? But then you realize after some time passes how that actually empowered you. That was the auspicious thing that happened to you in your life.
Share one thing here. Like many stories I've heard, or like many sharings from people where they say, like during the whole COVID times, the whole 2020 and 2021, that whole time period, everything shut down, the whole world was all closed, and because of the COVID and everything, so people thought that's all, things are over, and there's going to be things settled, and they were all laid off. There were mass layoffs everywhere, and people were not paid. And at that time, I've heard so many people share they would have given up on their life. They would have thought, okay, after this, life is over. Their jobs are gone, their things fell apart. But actually, at that moment only, they were pushed to start their own business, and because of which they are successful entrepreneurs, they are successful startups right now. This is how many times you'll suddenly see maybe some situation you'd have been fired from your job. You would have thought life is over. There's no source of income anymore. But because that situation happened, only you were able to push yourself to have something better. Oh, Shane Denise has posted lost post office job due to unwellness. Grandfather died. Car broke down all within a year. Okay, Shane Denise, so you're looking at one part of it. Now, look back. Okay, let's start with logical things that we may know. Visit back in your life and identify the situations, at least 5 happenings in the last 5 years, each year, where you thought something bad has happened to you. It is very inauspicious. But actually that was only leading to something good in turn. For example, you thought, oh, someone who, committed to invest in your business never really showed up. But because of that, it pushed you to make the money, find another resource to make the money, and you were able to, invest it and hold high equity in your company. Like this, each one in each aspect, just see what are all the different things you saw are falling apart, but they were actually not falling apart. They were only falling in place. Visit back in your life and write down. Okay, Bhupendra has posted, I was able to identify, but I don't think it was auspicious. I still think it had better, efficient ways of getting me those lessons for me.
See, right now, first let's identify where all, in which all situations where we have already understood how it turned out to be auspicious, because it is going, see, we do not know that, okay, we would be feeling, no, no, so many problems. Why this person died? Why should have this person left me and gone? Why should I lose this job? That is the right now current situation. But just take a few minutes to cognize this truth. Only then you'll be able to look at life from that. See with the reference of where all this truth has already been realized by you, or the truth has expressed itself in a way where you can understand. Take a few minutes and identify those situations first. Many times, like the worst situation would actually turn out to be something that's really good for us, because there's nothing in our life is falling apart. Only when you cognize this, life itself will become a celebration for you. The things that are not necessary for you, the things that are actually pulling you down, all of those are being removed from you. And the things that needs to be added is being added into you through various ways. Take a few minutes and internalize this truth. And then so because of that, only I'm here in the Paramashivoham program.
Says, I would request each of you to write down. Only when you write down, you'll be able to logically analyze and understand. Only that will make more sense. So just take a few minutes and pen down in the first place. And from there, let's discuss further. If any of you have any questions, please feel free to post. Okay. Have all of you written down 5 incidents for each year? See, most of the times we think that life is falling apart, things are falling apart. But actually, like Swamiji said, there is no such thing as life is inauspicious. Every moment that life occurs to us, life happens in the most auspicious way. We constantly carry these incompletions in our inner space. And these wrong ideas about life, the wrong conclusions about life that we carry inside of us, they lead constantly for us to fall into this vicious cycle of again and again you will see, okay, life is again inauspicious. Again, you will experience life is auspicious. See, if you constantly clutch on to all the painful moments and create a shaft, it will only put you in the delusion that things are not happening properly, life is not supporting you, all these cognitions. But actually, if you analyze, every time, even the so called lows are actually not lows. Only that low is like a launch pad for you to go higher. So nothing actually falls apart. Everything is falling only in place. This is the essence and one of the most powerful cognition that Swamiji has given us.
Now it's time, and all of us are going to be entering into the most awaited part of the day. Swamiji is in intense samadhi, and Swamiji is blessing all of us and initiating all of us with the initiation. So today we are going to be having live darshan, where we all are going to be witnessing the darshan of Bhagavan Sudandatta Murti, Sandhyandatta Murti, Chandakandava Murti. So now we are going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, the mantras that describes the form of Paramashiva, whom we are going to be experiencing today. So let us all get ready. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. We are now going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavan Sadanandamurti.
Now, we request all of you to sit in the deep meditative space of gratitude. And in today's darshan, all the prayers, wounds, anything that you want, just connect to this form and you will simply experience it. ध्याये कोटिरविप्रभं त्रिनयनं सीतांशु गङ्गाधरम् दक्षाङ्घ्रिस्थितवामकुञ्चितपदं शार्दूलचर्माम्बरम् वह्निडोलकराभयं डमरुकं वामे शिवां श्यामलां कल्हारं जपसृकुक्षं कटिकरां देवीं सभेशं भजे. Now, in the same space, the meaning of this verse: I meditate on him whose brilliance is as crores of suns, who has 3 eyes, who has Ganga in his locks, who has his right leg situated and the left leg bent, wearing the leopard skin as his cloth, holding the fire, having the Abhaya Mudra and Damaru in his hands. On his left hand, he has Devi, Shyamala, who is dark complexioned, who is holding the lotus in one of her hands, on the other hand, near her hip. I revere that Lord of Sabha, Sabhesha, Nataraja, and Devi. The next is Sandhya Nrittamurti, Chaturbhujam Trinetram Cha Jatamakutbhushanam Abhayam Damarum Savye Vame Pincham Smitananam Apasmaram Vinapithe Vamagraya Kunchitastitam Urdve tu Dakshinam Padam Apasavyanugam Dadhat तत्पादं कुञ्चितं वाथ सर्पकङ्कणभूषितं सुद्यातन्ताण्डवमेवं स्यात् वर्णादिः पूर्ववद् भवेत्. Now, in the same space, let us all get ready to receive this auspicious darshan, the Chit Chata Granthi process and the initiation. Please chant the Mahavakya. ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्।
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda
Nityanandam. All of us had a beautiful, beautiful darshan of Swamiji as Bhagavan Sadandatta Murti, Sandhyandatta Murti, Dandatandava Murti, various dancing forms of Paramashiva. How was your experience? How was each and every one of your experience?
How did you
Take a few minutes.
Actually, this darshan of Swamiji directly works on our DNA. It awakens, removes all the old incompletion sitting in our DNA and awakens us to our highest possibility. So it's a very, very beautiful darshan we had. Right now, right after this darshan, every one of you sitting here, can I request every one of you to take a few minutes and share what you enjoyed in the darshan? I see so many messages of gratitude. Okay, very nice. And nice to see so many of you had put. Yes, my Helen Gomez, absolutely. Actually, many times just being in that presence makes so much of difference. That's why in Hinduism, darshan is given so much of importance. And because just through seeing, the avatar transmits the highest experiences to us. That's what is darshan. Okay, very nice. Now that all of you have received the initiation and the darshan, I request every one of you to sit now, sit in this space and manifest the power. Whenever you manifest the experience inside of you, you manifest that existence as a reality outside. See, whenever you sit in darshan, Swamiji is literally making your inner space like um completely agile and completely malleable. So you can mold it however you want, whichever way you want, and you will see how it will become a reality for you. It's like Swamiji has given it to you to consciously create your reality. So just go on, just create it however you want. And it's completely up to you. Now, power manifestation is the time where you consciously mold that clay. Swamiji's prepared your inner space like a clay and kept with that energy. So now you have to mold that clay in whichever way you want. And that is all in power manifestation you do. So understand power manifestation is a very, very powerful process. Just even if it is ritualistically, do it every single day. And you will see the impact of it. My Janelle Silal is saying you experience weightlessness and lifted to grace. Wow, very beautiful. My EU Wong has posted, just handle myself to Swamiji is wonderful. Very nice. Okay. Now, I'm going to request all of you do one thing. In this space, call any of your near and dear ones, anyone for that matter, anybody who is in need of this. Reach out to them. And you're going to be manifesting this power with them. You're going to be manifesting the power of finding out the exact problem they are stuck in, identifying the area of problem, shifting that problem to solution. Understanding? Are we all ready? Can we all do? See, simple, very simple. Your inner space is just filled with that joy, bliss, whatever you call it right now. So, your inner space is like a clay. Carve that clay however you want, in whichever way you want. Call anyone. Actually, what you all can do, just go over your contact list. Anybody coming in your breathing space, call them. Just offer solution to them through the third eye. You're going to be shifting their inner space, offering solution to them through the third eye. They can tell you any reality that they want to manifest. So start with, giving an introduction in the conversation. Say you're attending such and such a program, and this is what it is, and you just wanted to manifest the powers. Just give them a little bit of a context and tell them it is only for you to practice. You're only practicing, so that they're also understanding and they are also open to receiving it. And once you reach out to them, just share with them and tell them to share any problems that they want. And right after they share, Identify, scan through your third eye and identify what is the exact source in which they are stuck in, and shift that and manifest that space, that powerful space with them. Give them the solution. Understanding? Can we all start? Please sit straight. Come on, all the male bodies, every one of you connect to any of your near and dear ones. Pick up your contacts. See, it should only be, don't go with any expectation. You're only going to manifest the power of shifting another person's inner space. See, Nataraja is space dimension, and today all of us experienced this shift in our inner space, right? We learned the power of thoughts. We learned how our thoughts impact our space. We learned about all of this. Now it is a time for you to practically apply that and see. Come on, everyone, start. You're going to call. Anybody can share any reality, even in your house. If you have your mom, if you have your dad, if you have your spouse, just ask them. Let them tell one reality they want to manifest. But they're not going to tell you the obstacles that they have. The obstacle they have, you're going to scan and identify what is the exact obstacle they have. Come on, Everardo Aya, Barani Aya, Dr. Barani Aya, and Gustavo. I request every one of you to start. Reach out to anyone. Brijesh Gupta ji, Nityanandam. I know it's just the morning in India and it's the right time. You can just start. People be going to their office. Reach out to them and share with them. Ask them to tell you any reality that they want to manifest. Everardo Aya, actually in your third eye, you will precisely see the thought current that the other person is stuck in. All you need to do is just chant the Mahavakya. See, when you chant the Mahavakya, what happens is you're tuning your inner space, you're tuning yourself into that space, that frequency where you're able to see the points in which another person is stuck in. And at that moment, whatever you see, whatever you're identifying, just go on sharing with them. Understood? Please chant the Mahavakya. Let's all start.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. How many of you have manifested so far? And I would also like to ask you all, from morning till now, what have each of you clicked with? What was something new that you have learned? And if any of you have any questions that you would like to ask, is there something that you are not understanding? Or what do you understand as the most primary cognition for you to have a breakthrough in your DNA? What are the new things that you learned today? Can I request every one of you to share? Can I request each of you to post? And if you have any questions, also please post. Ma Parameshwari, nice. I read your message. You posted the clicks, I think. See, Ma Sahana, I read your question. See, Nayana Diksha happens. Nayana Diksha means the word itself has the answer to your question. Nayana Diksha means when the Guru's eyes falls upon you. In Hinduism, there are multiple types of initiation that happens, ma. There's Parsha Diksha, Mantra Diksha. There are different types of Dikshas. Diksha itself means energy transfer. So Dikshas are in itself means transfer of energy, and that can be done in many which ways. Nayana Diksha is one of the most powerful form of the Diksha where just by the look of the eyes, the master transmits the energy and experience to the disciple, to the receiver. Understanding, ma? So actually, Meenakshi used to give Nayana Diksha. There are tons of references to this. Ma Jayanti is asking, what does intense action mean? Intense action means your decision to be ferocious and doing, executing what are all the ideas sitting inside of you. If you decide, okay, today onwards, I want to manifest good health. Intense action is to take step towards that intensely, not thinking, okay, I have to do someday, I'll do. That is not that. Immediately, what is coming in your inner space, you're immediately going to keep executing it. That is intense action. Great. Come on, all the SGP manifestors in Rajya Sabha. I request every one of you to manifest intensely. You're all part of Swamiji's family, extended family. You're all working towards to becoming a Karta and manifest as Yajamans. So you all should, it's all the more reason you start manifesting. See, whether manifesting wealth or whether manifesting breakthrough in job or manifesting career, relationships or powers, it's all connected, interconnected, one and the same. You manifest one, you manifest another one. So if each of you focus sincerely every day, invest some time in your power manifestation, you will just see how you will go have a tremendous shift in your inner space. Okay, so Satyajata Shivam's biggest click was everything happening is auspicious, beautiful. And Chandrasekhar Ayya's click was centered in the being. Okay, and come on, everyone else, what was your click? What did you all click with from morning till now? Very nice. I see so many of you posted click in this group, in this room. Okay, great. See, every time you manifest powers, you're making these powerful cognitions into reality. We are going to be now entering into a very important session next, where we will be understanding about how your consciousness has the power to alter the DNA in you. The consciousness you carry has the power, the ability to alter the reality in front of you. All whatever you manifest as reality, your consciousness has the complete impact power to alter it. Let us listen to the revelations now.
There is another one, truth from some of the websites which does research in this DNA line. Quotesofascension.com. Our DNA is unique to each of us. The imprint of our higher self is held in our DNA. We carry our lineage from other planets and other areas of universe in our DNA. The imprint of our earthly ancestral lineage is also held within our DNA. This is what we call in Vedic tradition the Gotra. Which Rishi's Gotra you belong to, we say. The Gotra is your code of other living spaces, components of other living spaces which is in you. That code is the Gotra. If you say Bharadvaja Gotra, the energy and experience and the DNA Bharadvaja represents is there in your body. And you can access to those energies very easily. If you take up the mantras and spiritual practices delivered by Bharadvaja, immediately you can decode your DNA and the Akashic records can open. So the Gotra you belong to is the keyword, password for the huge information available to you in the form of Akashic records. The Akashic records are, it's like a password being handed over to you. All the informations are there and this is the password, please see it, that's all. The Akashic records are like DNA of the universe. Each soul has its own Akashic records. And there are collective records of all souls of all journeys. That's what I call all souls of all journeys. Is what I call Hiranyagarbha. So now I'll add some of my insights. First thing, understand. All the information you collected through all your births is available in your DNA. Second, you can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again, thinking you will have the joy end of this action. See, it's like if you have done certain action and you did not receive the joy which you wanted, and if you forget that you did that action and did not have the joy, you will be trying it again and again in various ways. But if you remember, you did this action, did not have the joy, you will not try it again. By training your mind, you can transform your DNA. Today I want to introduce a few truths about this epigenetics. As browsing through some of the articles about this epigenetics. This is Dr. Hassan Church. He has written a book called Genie in Our Genes. He has done a great service to Vedic tradition by proving many of the Vedic truths scientifically. Anybody digs in any field with the one goal of satya, truth, they land on Vedic tradition. In any field it can be. See, without having the vested interests of the marketing companies, marketing industry, in any field, anybody does research with satya. Satya as the goal, truth as the goal. Simply they land on Vedic tradition. He very clearly proves the quality of your consciousness directly transforms the way in which you exist physiologically, or your physiological existence is directly affected by the quality of your consciousness. The quality of your consciousness and the physiological existence are so closely connected the epigenetics, they have done so much of research on this field, on this epigenome. Epigenome is a protein particle responsible for your genes and all the happenings based on genes. Please understand, we are always taught genes are responsible for our diseases. No, it's not true. Even your DNA is not responsible. The quality of your consciousness is responsible. The quality of consciousness can directly change DNA. Asan Church very beautifully proves even the persistent diseases handed over to you by the previous generations, like cancer, sugar, blood pressure, heart diseases, even they can be just altered, changed, transformed by the quality of your consciousness. Another one research proves only 35% of your DNA is responsible, only 35%, for what you are, who you are, how you are, and all the major factors like your longevity, disease, health and everything. Only 35%. The science of epigenetics and the epigenome opens a new door to the great truths declared by Patanjali and Swatmarama. Patanjali in Raja Yoga Sutras and Swatmarama in Hatha Yoga Sutras. Shiva Sutras says very clearly, the man who is in perfect health just by his nisangalpa, means the intentionless consciousness, can transmit that to a human being or any being. That is what is exactly the science of healing. I have so many research references here today to share with you all. One is that Dawson Church research and the truth about the epigenome. I can see very clearly when I see these researchers, exactly the experience which is happening in me, in others when I do the healing, is scientifically recorded and proved. Usually I see how the healing happens in people. I can see very clearly when I put the hand on the person, the epigenome structure starts changing, which is responsible for the whole building. Please understand, DNA is not responsible for the building. DNA is like a brick. Out of brick we build buildings, but brick itself is not responsible for the plan. If there is a defective brick, there will be defective building. But brick does not carry the blueprint of the building. The epigenome is responsible for the blueprint of the building. I could see very clearly. The epigenome transforms itself and DNA just alters as per the transformation of the epigenome, and clearly the body just remembers the health. Please understand, health is your nature. You don't need to create it, you just need to remember it. The remembrance immediately awakens and the health is back. That is why even the doctors are surprised and shocked when they see the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, all those things get healed. Especially these long-term drug therapies are no more needed and people just walk out of diseases. The quality of your consciousness, the quality of consciousness in which you are living is directly responsible. It can just alter, transform any disease, including diseases like cancer, arthritis, handed over to you through generations. If you go to the internet, tons and tons of research is done in this field. How the spiritual healing directly works. Not only during spiritual healing, even during initiations, and when people come and sit near me in my breathing space, I can see very clearly their epigenome starts getting awakened, restructures itself, realigns itself. There is another research I was reading. In a vacuum tube, if there are some electrons lying random, if a human DNA is introduced, immediately they all come to a clear, organized shape. They all just stand up. It's like when master enters, how you automatically stand up. They all just organize themselves. even after the DNA, human DNA was removed, they all stay back in the same shape. Same way, I can see very clearly when people sit in my breathing space, especially during Pada Puja, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I can see very clearly their body just recupes and transforms. I used to wonder how to express this clearly in scientific terms. Hassan Church has done that job. Very beautifully, very scientifically, he has explained. The science of epigenome and epigenetics is the revelation. It's a science which proves now the declarations of Patanjali and Swatmarama and all great Vedic rishis, and my own experience. The quality of your consciousness decides diseases, longevity, quality of life, pain, depression, everything. Even the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, heart diseases, sugar, everything. So I tell you, wake up and raise your consciousness. Not only to transform your DNA, to transform the whole world. See, when you transform your DNA, it is not just the great service done to you alone. It will be the greatest service you are doing to the world, whole world. Because when your DNA is transformed, you see, when your consciousness is brought to a certain level, whoever you touch will be impacted by your consciousness, and their epigenome also will be re-altered, and their DNA will be transformed, and they get back to their health. This is the science of healer's initiation. That's what I am doing. Not only I transformed my epigenome and transformed my DNA structure and brought the highest possible conscious expression in this body and mind. Whoever is touched, if they also can raise their consciousness, of course, when I touch, the physical and mental healing happens. And if they also put a little bit of their effort and take up the responsibility to receive it completely, then a complete epigenome transformation, DNA transformation happens in them, and they also start experiencing the higher and higher possibilities of the consciousness in their body mind. So naturally, when they touch somebody else, their epigenome gets awakened, the DNA gets transformed, the health starts happening in that person. This is what the ripple wave effect. Let's popularize these great researches on this epigenetics and the epigenome, the ideas about the epigenome. Epigenome can be changed through conscious choices, regardless of what we have been handed over through generations. add more and more joy, laughter, love, life, dance, bliss, restful awareness to the humanity. Let us create intense, conscious cyclones, superconscious tsunamis. All over the world. Save the humanity, human consciousness, and human health. All you guys decide two things strongly. One, from now you will live in the highest possible consciousness continuously. Second, even if you leave the body, you will get back to serve the world in this highest consciousness. We need more and more people in human body to remove the inhumanity from humanity. We need more and more people in human body to remove inhumanity in humanity. It's time. We really need. We really need. Actually, when I go through the scientific researches, even I realize more and more the urgency with which we need to create N communities, urgency with which we need to create the N civilization, urgency with which we need to radiate enlightenment. So let the urge become the urgent. The scientists say that human species has evolved with two-stranded DNA found in every cell, determining the form. One part determines the form, the other determines the potential diseases and spiritual gifts. And another research says DNA contains blueprint for one's life's purpose and divine personality. Scientists are very clear about what we think is not our original blueprint. Means the one part only we are able to study, the two parts of the DNA, we are able to study still now only one part. And scientists are really feeling that is not really our blueprint. The unrevealed DNA, the part still which they are not able to discover or make it clear, logically understand, is called, they are naming it as a junk DNA. I can say the part which is discovered is junk DNA. The part which is not discovered, still yet to be realized, maybe I can use the word even the words like a biomemory, all these are too small words. They are using the word junk DNA or shadow DNA that contains information about who you really are on a level of spiritual beingness. I can say that part is what I can give the name Jivatma. the part which they are calling as junk DNA or shadow DNA, I'll give the name as Jivatma. Of course, you can give the name individual self DNA. Individual self DNA, because the junk word is too small, even the shadow word is too small. The healing modalities clear karmic blockages and stimulate these dormant portions of the DNA. So these are the discoveries. Whatever now I said are from various scientific researches, the discoveries and conclusions from various scientists. Now I'll try to explain exactly what I experience in these lines. Scientists are absolutely right when they say there's two parts in DNA. Only one part they are able to study, which is responsible for form and diseases. There is other part which is responsible for spiritual gifts. I tell you, the other part which is responsible for spiritual gifts only carries this extrasensory power, all the siddhis. Understand? This part which already science has understood, this part carries the ordinary samskaras and biomemories. See, this carries the microcosmic samskaras, whatever you got in this body, those samskaras. From the body of fish to this body. In Indian tradition, Vedic tradition, we claim fish is the first individual which has a capacity to collect samskara. Of course, even before fish, you can collect samskara, but it is untransmittable. That is why Matsyavatara is first avatara. Please understand. As fish, any engram you collect only can be transmittable. Till then, it is so subtle, negligible, it cannot be transmittable. That is why the Vedic tradition we call first incarnation is Matsyavatara. Then the avataras, then the incarnations expand and grow. Actually, you need to understand, everybody is an incarnation who knows they are incarnations. That's all. See, incarnation means what exactly? Taking birth again and again. If you know you took birth again and again, that will lead you to enlightenment and you are incarnation. That's all. Nothing else. If you know you took birth again and again and again, and it's a reality, you will just realize, oh God, hey, I'm doing the same thing. That's enlightenment. Then you are incarnation. Understand, when I say, in 2000 I realized I am an incarnation, that is what I mean. It's not that before 2000 I was not incarnation. Only in 2000 I realized I am an incarnation. You understand what I am saying? You see, when you realize you took birth again and again and again, that suddenly makes you an incarnation. That just makes you an incarnation. So, even now all of you are incarnations. Now if you realize that truth, you are an incarnation, you can write a biography, autobiography of an avatar. With that understanding, when you look your whole life back, you will understand the whole thing was very synchronized way, very synergetic way, was planned for this peak hit. For this peak hit only, everything was very synergetically planned in a synchronized way. Now you will not understand that. You will see, oh, it's a big chaos. No, it is not. It is not. No chaos is a big chaos. You thinking that everything is chaos is the biggest chaos. Nothing else. You thinking everything is everything is chaos is the biggest chaos. Nothing else is chaos. It's a very revolutionary idea. which I heard from Ram Surat Kumar, that Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, saint who lived in Arunachala. Many of you have heard about him, and very revolutionary thought, very revolutionary process. When somebody goes to him for liberation and all that, it's a little unconventional, untraditional. He always used to keep a rope, bunch of rope. I have seen. And he will completely tie them. He will tie their leg, he will tie their hands, and he will make them sit. Sometime even 24 hours he will make them sit. And those poor fellows have to be sitting. And naturally, 5-6 hours the dedication will be there. See, 5-6 hours, oh, this Swami is making me. The dedication will be there. And you will sit with patience. But after 10 hours, naturally the passions will wither away. Completely the passions will wither away. You can't, you see, just imagine, 10 hours your hands and legs are tied and made to sit, and you don't know when he is going to release you. See, if you know in one day he is going to release you, you will not have a problem. You don't know when he is going to release you. So first 5-6 hours, the dedication will be up. That part will be up. Everything is okay. But after 10 hours, what will happen? That is when the suffocation will start. And especially physical tying up is such a survival thing. Nobody can tolerate more than maximum 10 hours. 10 hours is the maximum. You can't tolerate more than that. That's a maximum. Especially people who come to him for enlightenment, all these things, civilized people. They are not traditional trained criminals who are habituated for prison or handcuff and all that. All civilized, cultured people. So 10 hours will be too much. Then that microcosmic biomemory, see, the dedication which they carry in microcosmic biomemory will be exhausted. Let me give you the example of this microcosmic biomemory, macrocosmic biomemory. From the fish body till now, whatever you collected is microcosmic biomemory. That part only the scientists are able to analyze and understand as a known DNA. Let us call that as a known DNA. And the other part, which I call Jivatma DNA, the individual self DNA, that part is a macrocosmic biomemory. Please understand. Macrocosmic biomemory means whatever has happened in the cosmos, whatever has happened in your body. When I say your body means not only just the 6 feet. Whatever ingredient added to make these 6 feet, means when you are first time fish and the fight which you had with your spouse fish, that memory will be there. From whatever you collected from the fish body, it will pass to the next body, next body, next body. From that body to till this body, whatever was collected and transmitted is what I am calling microcosmic biomemory. And whatever has happened in cosmos is macrocosmic biomemory. A certain dedication or love will happen in microcosmic biomemory. With that only you recognize my microcosmic biomemory. See, in my microcosmic biomemory, something extraordinary expresses. So your microcosmic biomemory's dedication recognizes that. And after some time, the 10 hours passes. The 10 hour will be over. This Ram Surat Kumar's 10 hour. If you see his photograph, he will always be having a thick coconut fiber rope, kaya rope. He will be having it. So he will tie the people with that only. He will tie their hand and leg very tightly. They can't move. And after that, he will put the hands on the leg and tie it. And those fellows have to be sitting. In 10 hours, that microcosmic dedication, microcosmic biomemory dedication will go away. that devotion will go away. That will be exhausted. After that, when the suffocation starts only, he will just sit and wait. He will watch how they are irritated. And by 10 hours, they will start telling him, no, leave us, it's okay, wait. And then he will ask, so this is your dedication for enlightenment. He will make them very clearly understand that their microcosmic biomemory strength is only this much. Only this much spiritual experience can be acquired by them. See, it's like your microcosmic biomemory's dedication gets attached to my microcosmic biomemory's expression. Now I want to define God. Whatever you don't have is God. All that you don't have put together is God. That is why you are attracted to God. So whatever your microcosmic biomemory does not have, my microcosmic biomemory has it. That is why that attraction. But the funny thing is, your microcosmic biomemory's attraction, how much dedication it has, that much only I can pour. I can't pour more than that. But your greed demands more pouring. More pouring is demanded. So within the 10 hours, he will make them understand that this much only can be poured, understand. And there are few people, very intelligent, I have seen at least 2 cases. Who just withstood more than 10 hours also. When they lie down, I have really seen completely, not just their brain, pulse rate will become 0. I have seen at least 2% whose pulse rate has become 0. He will make them, he did both persons separately, not at a time, separately. I have seen he made that person lie down on that Samadhi, tomb of Tirunnamalai. In Tirunnamalai there is a burial ground where he used to live regularly. He made that person lie down on the tomb. After that, removing the rope, I have seen that person becoming 0, that pulse rate becoming 0. It's like a step-by-step process. That biomemory, he will agitate it, then exhaust it, the dedication, the biomemory will go away. And the funny thing is, he knows exactly where that person is caught. He will not use this process for everybody. He knows exactly where the person is caught. And somehow he will agitate exactly that samskara by talking. By talking, he will exactly awaken that samskara. One fellow gave the promise to him, I saw in these 2. It's a very beautiful process. Promise to him that I will not move till you leave me. I won't bother. So he sat and really he sat whole day and did not get agitated. Then he had a dog. He threw the dog and he sent word through that dog to the Narayana Swami, the another one mantric saint about whom I have spoken in my biography. He sent word for that guy. That guy came, and both of them are smokers. That guy is a specialist in having a mirror, and he will apply some kind of a anjanam, that black eyeliner on the mirror, and whatever he wants, he will show it like a TV. So this Raghupati Yogi was making this fellow sit. He is sitting, this guy is just sitting. One day passed, but this fellow is not agitated. This Raghupati Yogi sent word for that Narayana Swami. That Narayana Swami came, and this Raghupati Yogi said, in a very, Yogi Ram Swarup Kumar, he said, in a very casual way, hey, show him what is happening in his house with his wife. That guy showed that lady was having some affair with somebody. This fellow's only attachment was with the wife. So that fellow showed it, the TV showed very clearly that wife was having affair with somebody. So immediately that engram got agitated. That agitation happened, got awakened. And this fellow immediately wanted to go to the house. He's telling, leave my rope, leave everything, I wanted to go there. And somehow this Raghupati Yogi was able to, Ram Sarat Kumar was able to slowly talk to him. Now tell me, you gave the promise that you will work till the end. Now I only brought and awakened this agitation. Now even if you go, what are you going to do? What can be done? Nothing can be done. So understand, this is the biomemory in which you are stuck. Why the microcosm, see, when this microcosmic biomemory and macrocosmic biomemory meets, that area will be very thick. That microcosmic biomemory's last layer will be very thick. It's like a coconut. When you grind the coconut, finally the shell will be very thick. The white part will be very soft. That will all come away. That's what is dedication part. That coconut part is the engram. When there you start digging, it will create sound. That layer, his layer, that layer for him was his deep attachment to the wife. You see, in Anandagandha Chakra, it will lead only to that macrocosmic experience when you close your eyes and sit. But in the life itself, you see, it's like what is Anandagandha Chakra? You know, that coconut shell is there. That all that coconut fiber, coconut part, white part, fruit part, that is taken away by the, that is what is microcosmic biomemory. Only if one hole I make in that shell and macrocosmic biomemory gushes through that one hole, it is called Anandagandha Chakra. If the whole shell is broken, it is called Jivan Mukti. So if you are living with me, I will break the whole shell, put you in Sahaja Samadhi. Because I am a macrocosmic biomemory, I grind you both sides. See, my form, microcosmic biomemory of me, is only grinding the fruit side, the white side. And my macrocosmic biomemory, me present everywhere, that will be grinding you from the shell side. Both will be grinding. This macrocosmic biomemory obeys prayer. If you feel the grinding is too much, pray. Immediately macrocosmic biomemory will stop it. Or if you say, no, I want this to go on. Let it be done. Let me be done with it. Then it will go on. Please understand, this microcosmic biomemory, which is responding to you, is that is only cleaning the fruit side, the white side. It will be drilling, drying and drying. That how much that fruit thickness, that much only is the dedication. When all the dedication is exhausted, when that engram crushing is happening, that's where that sound will come. That sound is coming means that engram crushing is happening. Engram crushing is happening. See, when that sound comes, this microcosmic biomemory will not move further. It cannot move further. See, when the microcosmic biomemory exhausts, The layer which need to be opened is that second layer DNA, what I call as Jivatman portion of DNA, the self DNA. Understand? The self DNA. Why I call that as a Jivatman, because still it is connected to microcosmic biomemory. When the microcosmic biomemory is completely exhausted, then this unknown DNA, what they call junk DNA, shadow DNA, that part can be called as the Parabrahman or the God, the macrocosmic biomemory or Paramatma. You don't need to call that as Jivatma. As on now, microcosmic biomemory in you is known DNA. Macrocosmic biomemory in you is Jivatman. In me, the microcosmic biomemory is Jivatman and macrocosmic biomemory is Paramatman. There is no known DNA in me. That is why I defy all the known DNA rules and philosophies. When microcosmic biomemory and macrocosmic biomemory is drilling the coconut. But one important thing, everybody behaves very intelligently till their coconut is grilled. That is the most unfortunate thing. See, let other coconuts get drilled. These guys will have so much of consolation, love, promise, words, inspiration, lifting, elevating. When their coconut gets drilled only. What about you guys? Even for me this has happened. When my coconut was getting drilled in 1999, before 2000, even I had to go through such a thing. See, when you do the weightlifting, how the nerves are seen by green, like that when I went through that grilling, all my nerves were seen as red. That kind of a drilling. Whenever you are able to see the nerves in the red, just understand the drilling is going on. Drilling is going on. That's what has happened in me. It will not be seen in the green or other color. It will be very deep red. Heavy pain. Heavy pain. Physically, these are the symptoms to find out whether drilling is going on. Choosing to choose. Deciding to decide. It's almost like when you are standing in the waves, the sand under your feet will be washed away, taken away. If you decide to push, you can stand. If you just slip one step, what will happen? You will just go with the wave. Now I'll become busy with somebody else and something else. The second layer DNA, the Jivatman DNA, if that is awakened in you, you become a new being, new human being. The whole purpose is to awaken that second layer, Jivatman DNA in you guys. That's all, nothing else. It means you have to completely annihilate whatever you are holding. Like that Narada, when he was caught in the flood, in Yamuna, I told you Narada's story, who got caught in illusion. That wife went away. The child is slipping out of the hand. And luggage, the wealth, little wealth, is leaving the hand. So that is the time when the first level biomemory gets exhausted. Narada has to drop that. No other way, let go. Then Krishna's voice said, hey Narada, oh God, the second level biomemory is awakened. The Jivatman biomemory is awakened. Complete annihilation. There is no shortcut in the spiritual line, understand. If you put yourself into that belt, conveyor belt, there is no shortcut. There is no shortcut. You can only pray and tell the power system, hey, stop the belt. I don't want to move further. Let the belt be stopped. The prayer will always have the answer. Either you should know, is this lubrication? Lubrication means love. Is this enough for me to go through this drilling, this process? Let me pass. If you feel no, it is too much, then pray, stop the belt. That's all. There is no shortcut. There is no technique or shortcut. Technique and shortcuts can give you one drilling, like one hole in the shell, Anandagandha, but not complete annihilation. All the concept you have, all the idea you have, all the relationship you have, all the holdings you have, everything has to be annihilated, no other way. Unfortunately, sometimes you can't even say, no, I don't want enlightenment, I don't want. You just stop this process. Maybe if you say that you can stop the process to the macrocosm, then it stops. I've seen. It stops and puts more lubrication. A lot of love and more lubrication and pacifies. But again, when you feel comfortable, everything is okay, again that belt starts moving towards the drilling machine. But that is what everybody wants. That is what all the jivas want. It's a tremendous love with which the cosmos does the whole drama game. All right. So let the Jivatman DNA be awakened in you. The self DNA be awakened in you. That is what is repository of all the siddhis, all the great siddhis, powers. See, in the microcosmic biomemory, the powers which has microcosmic biomemory is that moving your hand and eating, chewing, swallowing, lungs, heart, all these things are microcosmic biomemories, powers, which goes on without even your knowledge. Same way, in macrocosmic biomemory, that Jivatman DNA, there only all the extraordinary powers like a flying, levitating, all those things are there. Mahima, Lahima, Karima, Anima, Ishitvam, Vashitvam, Prapti, all those siddhis, they are there in macrocosmic biomemory. But that will be awakened only if the microcosmic biomemory is annihilated. Awakening the Jivatman DNA is the essence. So the essence of my today's message is, two parts of DNA you have. One is known by the science, which is responsible for your form, disease and all that. The unknown, the second one is unknown, which scientists call as junk DNA or shadow DNA, which I call as Jivatman DNA, self DNA. Awaken that self DNA, because that has all extraordinary powers. Life will become extraordinary joy when that is awakened. And the known DNA will dry. Those biomemories has to be dried. No other way. It cannot give you the life. That is not your blueprint. That is not your blueprint. You need to know that. As long as you catch that as a blueprint, life will be struggle. It will be struggle. So catch the macrocosmic DNA, allow that to open up. Life DNA, allow the Jivatman DNA, self DNA to open up. That will lead you to the ultimate. I bless you all with my deep love. Let you all experience the lubrication, love energy There is another one, truth from some of the websites which does research in this DNA line. Quotesofascension.com. Our DNA is unique to each of us. The imprint of our higher self is held in our DNA. We carry our lineage from other planets and other areas of universe in our DNA. The imprint of our earthly ancestral lineage is also held within our DNA. This is what we call in Vedic tradition the Gotra. Which Rishi's Gotra you belong to, we say. The Gotra is your code of other living spaces, components of other living spaces which is in you. That code is the Gotra. If you say Bharadvaja Gotra, the energy and experience and the DNA Bharadvaja represents is there in your body. And you can access to those energies very easily. If you take up the mantras and spiritual practices delivered by Bharadvaja, immediately you can decode your DNA and the Akashic records can open. So the Gotra you belong to is the keyword, password for the huge information available to you in the form of Akashic records. The Akashic records are, it's like a password being handed over to you. All the informations are there and this is the password, please see it, that's all. The Akashic records are like DNA of the universe. Each soul has its own Akashic records. And there are collective records of all souls of all journeys. That's what I call all souls of all journeys is what I call Hiranyagarbha. So now I'll add some of my insights. First thing, understand. All the information you collected through all your births is available in your DNA. Second, you can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again, thinking you will have the joy end of this action. See, it's like if you have done certain action and you did not receive the joy which you wanted, and if you forget that you did that action and did not have the joy, you will be trying it again and again in various ways. But if you remember, you did this action, did not have the joy, you will not try it again. By training your mind, you can transform your DNA. Today I want to introduce a few truths about this epigenetics. As browsing through some of the articles about this epigenetics. This Dr. Hassan Church has written a book called Genie in Our Genes. He has done a great service to Vedic tradition by proving many of the Vedic truths scientifically. Anybody digs in any field with the one goal of satya, truth, they land on Vedic tradition. In any field it can be. See, without having the vested interests of the marketing companies, marketing industry, in any field, anybody does research with satya. Satya as the goal, truth as the goal. Simply they land on Vedic tradition. He very clearly proves the quality of your consciousness directly transforms the way in which you exist physiologically, or your physiological existence is directly affected by the quality of your consciousness. The quality of your consciousness and the physiological existence are so closely connected the epigenetics, they have done so much of research on this field, on this epigenome. Epigenome is a protein particle responsible for your genes and all the happenings based on genes. Please understand, we are always taught genes are responsible for our diseases. No, it's not true. Even your DNA is not responsible. The quality of your consciousness is responsible. The quality of consciousness can directly change DNA. Asan Church very beautifully proves even the persistent diseases handed over to you by the previous generations, like cancer, sugar, blood pressure, heart diseases, even they can be just altered, changed, transformed by the quality of your consciousness. Another one research proves only 35% of your DNA is responsible, only 35%, for what you are, who you are, how you are, and all the major factors like your longevity, disease, health and everything. Only 35%. The science of epigenetics and the epigenome opens a new door to the great truths declared by Patanjali and Swatmarama. Patanjali in Raja Yoga Sutras and Swatmarama in Hatha Yoga Sutras. Shiva Sutras says very clearly, the man who is in perfect health just by his nisangalpa, means the intentionless consciousness, can transmit that to a human being or any being. That is what is exactly the science of healing. I have so many research references here today to share with you all. One is that Dawson Church research and the truth about the epigenome. I can see very clearly when I see these researchers, exactly the experience which is happening in me, in others when I do the healing is scientifically recorded and proved. Usually I see how the healing happens in people. I can see very clearly when I put the hand on the person, the epigenome structure starts changing, which is responsible for the whole building. Please understand, DNA is not responsible for the building. DNA is like a brick. Out of brick we build buildings, but brick itself is not responsible for the plan. If there is a defective brick, there will be defective building. But brick does not carry the blueprint of the building. The epigenome is responsible for the blueprint of the building. I could see very clearly. The epigenome transforms itself and DNA just alters as per the transformation of the epigenome, and clearly the body just remembers the health. Please understand, health is your nature. You don't need to create it, you just need to remember it. The remembrance immediately awakens and the health is back. That is why even the doctors were surprised and shocked when they see the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, all those things get healed. Especially these long-term drug therapies are no more needed and people just walk out of diseases. The quality of your consciousness, the quality of consciousness in which you are living is directly responsible. It can just alter, transform any disease, including diseases like cancer, arthritis, handed over to you through generations. If you go to the internet, tons and tons of research is done in this field. How the spiritual healing directly works. Not only during spiritual healing, even during initiations, and when people come and sit near me in my breathing space, I can see very clearly their epigenome starts getting awakened, restructures itself, realigns itself. There is another research I was reading. In a vacuum tube, if there are some electrons lying random, if a human DNA is introduced, immediately they all come to a clear, organized shape. They all just stand up. It's like when master enters, how you automatically stand up. They all just organize themselves. even after the DNA, human DNA was removed, they all stay back in the same shape. Same way, I can see very clearly when people sit in my breathing space, especially during Pada Puja, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I can see very clearly their body just recubes and transforms. I used to wonder how to express this clearly in scientific terms. Hassan Church has done that job. Very beautifully, very scientifically, he has explained. The science of epigenome and epigenetics is the revelation. It's a science which proves now the declarations of Patanjali and Swatmarama and all great Vedic rishis, and my own experience. The quality of your consciousness decides diseases, longevity, quality of life, pain, depression, everything. Even the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, heart diseases, sugar, everything. So I tell you, wake up and raise your consciousness. Not only to transform your DNA, to transform the whole world. See, when you transform your DNA, it is not just the great service done to you alone. It will be the greatest service you are doing to the whole world, because when your DNA is transformed, you see, when your consciousness is brought to a certain level, whoever you touch will be impacted by your consciousness, and their epigenome also will be realtered, and their DNA will be transformed, and they get back to their health. This is the science of healer's initiation. That's what I am doing. Not only I transformed my epigenome and transformed my DNA structure and brought the highest possible conscious expression in this body and mind. Whoever is touched, if they also can raise their consciousness, of course, when I touch, the physical and mental healing happens. And if they also put a little bit of their effort and take up the responsibility to receive it completely, then a complete epigenome transformation, DNA transformation happens in them, and they also start experiencing the higher and higher possibilities of the consciousness in their body mind. So naturally, when they touch somebody else, their epigenome gets awakened, the DNA gets transformed, the health starts happening in that person. This is what the ripple wave effect. Let's popularize these great researches on this epigenetics and the epigenome, the ideas about the epigenome. Epigenome can be changed through conscious choices, regardless of what we have been handed over through generations. add more and more joy, laughter, love, life, dance, bliss, restful awareness to the humanity. Let us create intense conscious cyclones, super conscious tsunamis. All over the world. Save the humanity, human consciousness, and human health. All you guys decide two things strongly. One, from now you will live in the highest possible consciousness continuously. Second, even if you leave the body, you will get back to serve the world in this highest consciousness. We need more and more people in human body to remove the inhumanity from humanity. We need more and more people in human body to remove inhumanity in humanity. It's time. We really need. We really need. Actually, when I go through the scientific researches, even I realize more and more the urgency with which we need to create N communities, urgency with which we need to create the N civilization. Urgency with which we need to radiate enlightenment. So let the urge become the urgent.
Yes, Swamiji has revealed such an important truth. Once you sit in that conveyor belt where the cosmos most compassionately trains you with love, there's no looking back. Cosmos waits, gives you time, but in turn, it it empowers you to manifest the experience more higher and higher, to tap into your own potential even higher. So, this brings us to the conclusion of our day today. Today, we've learned some of the most important aspects, and tomorrow, we have a very powerful session on being a leader, how you can become your own boss. We have a very beautiful initiation about if you were wondering how gods and goddesses will be in Kailasa, what does it mean? Tomorrow we have a very specific process through which Swamiji will be giving us a darshan of Mahakailasa, and we'll be learning about the science of being a leader, how you can awaken the leadership consciousness in you. So we welcome every one of you to join, and please, please, please do not forget to invite your friends and family members, anyone whom you feel can benefit from this. Please invite them. And this brings us all to the conclusion of our day today. Let us conclude with the Purna Mantra. पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु Thank you all. Thank you so much, Nityanandam.